The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magny. Game, shots, and the match.
Come on, it's fishy time.
He now has 2 darts.
Only needs one.
He was favourite going into the night, and that's the reason why.
So double 16 for the match, and he finds it.
Let's do. And Stein to Clerk.
And he finds tops.
Series 12 was explosive. There we see the newest name on the trophy, Champagne Charlie Manby, excelled in Series 12, but he cannot defend his crown due to now being on the PDC Tour. Series 13 will be unlucky for many, but lucky for one. We go again. It's day one. We go again indeed. Very good morning to you, Charlie Manby. Unable to defend his crown, so an opportunity knocks for someone. But who will it be? We start all over again this morning. Paul Nicholson is alongside me. Nico, a sense of anticipation and excitement in the air this morning.
This is one of the most exciting periods of the year for the Modus Super Series, because it's not just that we are starting again at the beginning of the year. It's who's going to be here, who's going to be challenging in the first series of the year. And there are people who are not coming back, but there are lots of people who are coming here for the first time or maybe making a return.
Before we look ahead, let's just briefly look back. And last week we saw Women's Week 5, and I have to be honest, out of all the weeks I've covered here at the Modus Super Series, I think this one was my favourite. And Fallon Sherrick, off the back of a disappointing Q School, what a way to bounce back.
Great performances at the right time, getting better as the week went on. That 112 average that she had against Lorraine Winstanley, what an incredible performance that was. And that was the precursor to, you know, giving her a little bit of confidence going into a finals night that was less than mundane, let's put it that way. She was in big trouble in the group stages, but found her way through and found some good stuff at the end.
And even further back, Charlie Manby, we sort of knew it was probably going to be the last time we were going to see him here, and that has proven 99% to be the case. I'm sure he will flourish on the PDC Tour as he already did at the World Championships, but he's got the darting world at his feet. Yeah,
he has. I think over the next couple of years, he's got a lot of learning to do, being surrounded by the best players in the world, but I'm sure he'll take it in his stride. 2 players on that stage in that final in Series 12, Sykes and Manby, will not be coming back. So it's disappointment that Charlie's not going to defend the title, but it's disappointment for Sykes that he hasn't got the title going into the PDC Pro Tour.
Yeah, runner-up on 3 occasions, Tom Sykes. But there we see the illustrious Roll of Honour. Luke Littler, the only name appearing twice, as he is now a 2-time world champion in his own right. So the opportunity is there for someone new, but also there as well for returning previous champions. We've got Conan Whitehead and Jim McEwen here this week, but I suppose in that list, you look at a name like Andreas Harrison, perhaps.
Yeah, potentially. Andreas has played some great darts over the last few weeks. It almost feels like the World Championship was a long time ago. It really wasn't. It was just a few days ago. But Harrison didn't get through Q School, so he has an opportunity to come back here to Portsmouth to get that elusive second crown.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the breakdown then for the opening week of Series 13. David Evans has won his last couple of regulation weeks here. He returns, as does our Rising Stars champion, and we'll speak about the fantastic form lines from that week in comms and throughout the week, because they are so relevant. And then you look at the likes of Adam Savada and Danny Ayres, who's in good nick of late as well.
Yeah, Danny Ayres pops off the page for me. I think he's going to be one of the favourites for the week. He's been to a Saturday and played really well before, especially at the early part of a series. But Henry Coates being favourite, I'm not 100% on that one, but I do expect Henry to have a very good Group A, Sam.
Yeah, there we see the odds for the week one winner, and it really is wide open. 4-1 the field, and you look all the way down that list, and we were just mentioning before we came on air that Clerk started Series 12 by winning Group A. He's in there at 20-1. Could that be a bit of value, perhaps?
I don't know. I remember when he won Group A in the previous series, and he just about squeaked through on that Wednesday lunchtime at the behest of a certain Belgian called Brian Roman. I know that Stein's got an excellent chance of winning this group, but there's a little bit more quality in his way, and I just don't think it's going to be his week.
Well, we're about to find out. Let's get Series 13 underway. We start with David Evans against Henry Coates, and earlier on this morning, I caught up with our rising star. Henry Coates, great to have you back here at the Modus Super Series. Is it nice to be back?
Yeah, nice to be back. I had a few long months, especially November, but I had a rest in December, so fresh and back and ready to go.
You say refreshed. How refreshed are you in that it's obviously been a long weekend at Challenge Tour?
Yeah, I had a long weekend. I had a run to the semi-final yesterday, then drove down, broke down, and now I'm here. So
what time did you end up getting into Portsmouth last night?
Only about 8:30, but which it weren't too bad. So
that's not a total. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that semi-final that you got to yesterday. That should really put you in good stead here this week.
Yeah, full of positivity from the weekend. To be fair, played some quite steady stuff, and only puts me in the right frame of mind for today.
Last time you were here, you made it to finals night once again, hitting the group stage. But Group A for you this time. What do you make of your opponents over the next 3 days?
Yeah, it's going to be tough as always, but I'm just here to enjoy it and see what I can do.
And of course, the Rising Stars champion. How nice would it be to add a regulation week to that collection?
Very nice. I'd love it. Just to get there and be able to say I've not only won the Rising Stars, I've won a regular week as well.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
So here we go. Series 13 about to get underway. And what a tussle it's going to be, not least for this opening match. David Evans, so dangerous on that stage. Multiple Champions Week appearances. Didn't really happen for Dave in the Champions Week of Series 12. But in his regulation weeks, as you can see there, 2-time weekly winner. He's so dangerous. But so is Henry Coates, our Rising Stars champion, beating Charlie Manby en route to lifting that crown. And he is developing all the time. Whatever happens this week, Henry Coates is still one to watch over the next few years in this sport. Anton Mays is our referee. Fantastic to have Anton back here in 2026.
First leg is David to throw
Paul
first.
Nicholson. Here we go.
Game on.
Let battle commence. 2026 is here. And we shouldn't forget that Simon Whitlock is the Senior Showdown champion from 2026 as well. It's been a really good special fortnight here in Portsmouth, but now it's down to the big time action. And two people who played on the Challenge Tour
140
over the last 3 days, and subsequently, Sam, both lost to the same guy yesterday.
They did. Steve Lennon. Who,
82.
if you were with us over the tail end of last week, was Matthew Edgar's #1 pick of who he wants to see here in
95.
Series 13. But both of these, after a busy week on the Challenge Tour, As David Evans picks up 60 off the floor.
75.
We'll look at Fallon Sherrick, who was very, very busy, came straight from Q School to here, went on to win the week.
99.
Who knows? One of these two could do the same.
Indeed, they could. And what the challenge tour from the weekend is going to teach us is who has immediate form at the start of 2026.
99. Henry, you require 167.
Let's see what Henry can do. Not going to take the first ton plus check out of the Modus Super Series in 2026.
135.
Could
David,
be
you require
bestowed on Evans
160.
if you can find this. A few strays into the 5 already. He's going to have to watch that.
40.
But
Henry,
it's
you require
a marathon,
32.
not a sprint, over the first 3 days of the week.
And for the time being, he's now got to watch Henry
Game shot on the
Coates
first leg. Henry
take his
Coates.
dart out of the double 16 bed. And young Henry goes 1-0 up.
Second leg, it's Henry to
I
throw
say
first.
young Henry.
Game on.
He seems like he's developing into himself. There's a bit of a almost change in physique since the last time we saw him here.
57.
I mean this in the nicest possible sense, because after watching the Rising Stars week where he beat Ryan Branley in the final, you survey that footage and you look at him now, it's as if he's grown into his skin a bit more.
100.
But this is happening a lot, Sam. We're seeing these young players grow up before our eyes.
100.
A bit like it was with young movie stars and young musicians when we were in our 20s. Nowadays, you're watching darting superstars grow up in front of our eyes.
96.
I suppose the two major examples of that is Messrs. Littler and Manby. Charlie Manby defeated by Henry Coates in the
126.
semi-final of Rising Stars Week. And in Series 12, Charlie Manby was fortunate enough to have 2 bites of the cherry, ran into an inspired Johnny Haynes on his first week back in Series 12. On his second week,
33.
where he was a late replacement for David Davies, he was in real trouble on the Saturday night and arguably could well have been eliminated
58.
at the group stage by Scott Campbell. But then once he managed to scrape through that group, he never really looked back. Won the night, won Champions Week, finds himself in the World Championship, and now he's on the PDC Tour.
85.
It's been
Henry
quite the
require
couple of months
160.
for Champagne, hasn't it? Well, David hasn't really thrown that well in this game so far. But it's only Monday morning.
55.
This time Henry strays into the 5s. Evans has still got a chance of putting the pressure on. There it is again. Dart going left of target.
32. Henry, you require 105.
Yeah, muddling start for Stretch.
It's contagious. Was not expecting a treble 7 there, the young man.
57. David, you require
This is a
155.
big ask for Dave. But he is a big man. And for the big occasion. Gave it a scare.
139.
But he might be 2-0
Henry,
down.
you require 48.
Same target as the first leg. Slightly different outcome.
40.
He's trying to get
David,
3
you require
16s.
16.
This is where you only need 1. But 2 8s would be good.
Game shot on the
That's
second
what he
leg.
gets.
David Evans.
1 single, 1 double. It's 1-1.
Third leg, it's David to throw
Series
first.
13.
Game on.
2 breaks a throw. And obviously still in the early stages of 2026.
119.
Things to look at. Or of course the recent form in the opening weekend of the Challenge Tour, where it can be a real slog. 5 events
134.
over 3 days. Straight into a Group A where it could be 6 straight days on top of that. That's a slog in itself.
99.
Dave eliminated in the first stage of Q School, which probably sounds worse than what it is because he wasn't the only big name not to make it to the second stage.
I know it's a cliche, but Q School is getting harder and harder because of the popularity of the sport. There are more people taking it up
83.
and readying themselves for stage 1 of Q School than ever. Interesting to see how that goes over the next couple of years.
60.
People like Henry, for example, if he has a good year, he might just trouble stage 2 in 2027. But this is where
85.
the building begins for this layer of the sport. It's not just the Challenge Tour. It's if you get the invite or qualify for the Modus Super Series. We saw what winning the first series of last year did for
David, you require 115.
Jensen Walker. It set him up for the entire season.
Evans then. Looking to get ahead and
Game
does
shot
so.
in the third leg, David Evans.
And after a relatively slow start, David Evans is back
Fourth
in
leg, it's Henry to
business.
throw first. Game on.
2-1 up with a 115.
And after 3 legs, we have some peculiar averages.
97.
Evans about 10 points worse off, but he won't mind that. Curiously, Dave recently, in the last few days, has hit a 9-darter.
59.
Went to a vault event in Oswald Whistle, which is just outside of Blackburn, not far from Accrington, where they have the famous
54.
Stanley. And Dave hit a 9-darter against Scott Bodley. There's a bit of a gulf in their averages in that game as well.
45.
About 60 points between them.
$140.
Snatched at that last, but a 140 will do nicely for Coates. Brilliant.
174.
That is how you get back into a leg. Pay attention, everybody, because we're still waiting for the first maximum. Who's going to hit the first maximum of the Modus Super Series season? That might just become a quiz question later in the year from our esteemed colleague, Henry Dicken.
96.
His famous
Henry, you require
tungsten teasers.
116.
We've already had a ton plus checkout. We are not going to get another right now from Courts.
56. David, you require
Will we get another
127.
from Evans, though? That is now the question. We could. We could.
111.
We almost did.
Henry, you require 60.
Can't stretch his lead. Henry could reel him in. Oh, that's
46.
a wild one.
David, you
And that's
require
an invitation
16.
for Evans to get another break of throw to put himself within one of the first 2 points. That one's kicked a little bit to the right.
You called it.
8.
It's almost like you know what you're on about.
Henry, you require 14.
Well, you left it, Henry. Managing the board, electing to split it, but it hasn't
10.
paid dividends. And from
David, you
starting
require
so
8.
strongly, Henry Coates is now in real trouble.
This is a much better marker.
Game
Oh,
shot
right
on
in
the fourth
corner.
leg, David Evans.
Big sigh of relief for Evans. That is a leg that
Fifth
could have
leg,
got
it's
away,
David to throw first. Game on.
but he manages to snag it anyway. He is his own worst critic, is Evans. He will micromanage everything this week.
97.
When in fact, sometimes he's better off just playing the game.
He's never shy of telling you how he's feeling either
100.
about his game. But he does have pedigree on that stage. Those 2 weekly wins. Most recently back in Series 12, where he beat Ashley Coleman in the final.
100.
What a game that was. His other weekly win came at the expense of Steve Beaton.
99.
Who, of course, hit a 9-darter recently as well.
Indeed, he did this weekend. I think he was very happy to talk about that on Facebook over the course of this past weekend. But Steve's doing a fabulous job in retirement. It's becoming the in thing, isn't it? Retiring and then playing lots of darts.
I can't believe you've retired.
95.
You promised me we'd play pairs together one day. I'm gutted.
I'm saying nothing.
98.
Yeah, we don't have pairs here yet. We do have international pairs in a few months. That will be live on Fluke.tv.
David, you require 146.
Are we seeing the first win? Rubber stamped right here. Well, not just yet. One treble will get him in the box seat. That'll work.
92. Henry, you require 148.
This has got to go. He's got a chance. A real chance.
120. David, you require
quite find the
54.
requisite double. And this match is at the mercy now of David Evans, but that is a slip. It's only going to be the one match dart. But that is all he needs.
Evans.
And the opening match of Series 13, the Modus Super Series, goes to David Evans, who is searching for his 3rd weekly win here. He defeats the rising star Henry Coates with an average of just 80, but it's the finishing that did it. After the break, Conan Whitehead faces the debutant George Killington. We're underway for Series 13 here at the Modus Super Series, live and free on Pluto TV. And here we see our first ever champion, Conan Whitehead, the Barbarian. Seems like an absolute age ago now when he defeated Graham Usher 4-0 in that inaugural final. But here he faces George Killington, who is fresh off the PDC tour, making his Modus Super Series debut. We've already spoken about recent 9-darters. George hit one himself at Q School. He just came up short. Just. But it's the perfect place to bounce back, I suppose, Paul Nicholson.
That's a good point, because there were times when this place wasn't even here. So if you didn't get through Q School, it was Challenge Tour, WDF or BDO, or nothing. Now,
first
this
leg
is an
is Conan to
immediate
throw
bounce-back
first.
opportunity for
Game
George.
on.
Obviously still a very talented dart player, but there's only room for a certain amount of people on the tour, and he didn't make the cut.
100.
So now he could have success elsewhere.
When one door closes, another opens.
This is a really interesting lineup we've got in this group, because David Evans, who won that first game 4-1. Okay, let's pause for a second, because that is the first 180 of the year, and it comes from the OG of the Portsmouth venue, Mr. Whitehead. And that leads me to the point I was just about to make, because this group is very interesting.
40.
The first series champion in Portsmouth, Conan Whitehead, and David Evans, who is largely seen as the best player of the first year of this project back in 2020.
So many intertwining storylines. George Killington
39. Conan, you require 164.
was involved in one on the final day of Q School. The 164 won't go, but Killington on the final day of Q
57.
School lost to Sam Price, who, after being a top-up player in the second stage of Q School, went on to win his tour card. Ran through the card on the final day.
45.
Incredible
Conan, you
story.
require 107.
And it's Whitehead that is really in the ascendancy early doors. My word, the cheek.
91.
Somewhat normal behaviour from the big man from Raynham. Loves a bullseye. He doesn't mind the bottom left corner of the board either. That's where he won the Series 1
40.
title.
Conan, you require 16.
But not on this double. Double 2.
12.
He's got a bit of a lead. George is still in the starting blocks.
We know that this is a place where debutants can struggle. But that is
140. Conan, you
much
require
better.
4.
And we'll settle him down
Game
for
shot
the
on the
next
first
leg.
leg, Conan
because Whitehead
Whitehead
has taken out the opener. Conan himself.
Second leg is George to throw first.
Nice little
Game
smile
on.
to the camera there. Good morning, Conan. A much more relaxed approach from Whitehead these days, isn't it? Didn't entertain Q School whatsoever.
100.
Yeah, I think what Conan wants to do is focus on this. Focus on stuff that's a bit local to him.
68.
That way he can spend a bit more time with his family, which he adores. But I think it would be remiss of us to say that, yes, he's taking a more relaxed approach to darts these days, but he
60.
still wants that second title. It's a little bit bigger check these days than the one that he won
95.
by about 20%. So if he were to get his hands on the title in a couple of months, he would be the happiest man in the world, because he would be the second person to get a series.
134.
Double, that is, of course. But not back-to-back. It would be 12 series apart.
180.
With darts like that, you wouldn't put it past him. He's pretty much done everything there is to do on this stage, including a 9-darter. But Killington struggling early doors.
Well, that was not a bounce out he just had. That was a trampoline out.
Conan, you require 158.
Very rare occurrence. Knew he was going to go this way. Of course, 2 treble 18s.
126.
50.
George, you require 127.
And when he leaves the 32, it actually made a bit of sense.
Majestic setup play in the end from Whitehead, and he is now perfectly
59.
placed
Conan, you require
to
32.
double his lead. Has to step right across. He only throws to the right.
George, you require 68.
That was always going to be difficult after dart 2. Killer really needs to get to a double here. Can't afford to make a single mistake.
Game
no mistakes made.
Leg.
First
George
leg on the stage for
Killington.
George. Did play in our previous studio in Southampton, but has never played at Portsmouth. This is his first time up the steps.
58.
This venue can affect the debutantes, as we've heard before. We're speaking to Priscilla Steenbergen last week. She found it
58.
quite an intimidating proposition playing here, and we saw that in her opening match where she struggled, but after she got that out of the way, she was flying.
85.
And indeed, was the only competitor to defeat Fallon Sherrick on finals night Saturday.
Yeah, that was quite the collision on that double 18 that she had for the 4-3 win.
139.
But even though Priscilla did not win the title on Saturday night, she did beat the winner. And that has its own little cachet.
56.
This is where Killington can get back into this match. He's had a very slow start, especially in the scoring department.
55.
He's only had the 1-140, whereas Whitehead has had a lot of joy in this treble 18 department.
92.
But you wouldn't expect anything less. He's one of the best treble 18 hitters that comes to Portsmouth at any time.
If Killington can get his nose in
140.
front here, it would almost draw parallels to our opening match of the morning. Whitehead
138.
is in no mood to fail
George
where
require
Henry coached it in our opening
109.
game.
Interesting. Double 17.
75.
He thought that treble
Conan,
5 was a
require
marker,
72.
and he was right. It nearly paid off.
Did you have a double 17 attempt on your bingo cards?
37. George, you require 34.
Now there is a decision to make.
Bottom of the board. And going for the double and not the 2.
Game
It's
shot on the
worked a
third
treat.
leg. George Killington.
And after being smashed up in the opening leg, Killington now leads 2-1.
Fourth leg is George to throw first.
Much like
Game on.
David Evans, not 20 minutes ago.
George has taken over the mantle of the best leaner in the sport.
138.
Leans a bit more these days than Wes Newton. But there's a lot of sense in it as well because he's left eye dominant.
81.
Which means that when the dart comes back to his eye line, it's going to his left eye. And that somewhat crooked forearm that he's got straightens out as it comes back. It's a peculiar action to look at
93.
front on. But he makes it work.
Killington isn't a prime candidate for an episode of Break of Throw. I don't know who is.
There you see the arm is leaning to the right, but when it comes back, it straightens up. That puts a lot of pressure
100.
on the elbow joint. That's something he has to manage throughout his career. The last thing you want to be doing is twisting the elbow, but he has to
55.
because of his eye dominance.
Georgia require 170.
Now then. Put the fishing rods away. For the moment, at least.
88.
There was definitely not something on the end of the line there, but he's got a little bit of bait left.
98. Georgia require 82.
He's going for the bullseye. Or at least he should. Okay, don't listen to me, George. Just do what you want.
Game shot on
He
the
knows
fourth
best.
leg. George Killington.
This is going the way of the first game. Whitehead was in such command after a leg.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to
but
throw
then it's all
first.
gone wrong.
Game on.
Yeah, the jovial smiles and winks from Whitehead
100.
turned into a face of grit and determination and a bit of annoyance as well.
Let us set our stall out then for 2026 in the best possible way, because
100.
at one point, Conan Whitehead held the record for 180s hit in consecutive matches. He does not have that record anymore.
85.
That one belongs to Tom Sykes. He's not here for the next couple of years at least. But the record stands at 30 games with maximums hit.
180.
Now, we've got one from George. We've got two from Whitehead. So I'm laying the gauntlet down
85.
to Whitehead and to George right now. Can you break Sykes' record? You can't do it this week because the most games you can play in a week is 29. So you're going to have to win the week and come back.
121.
Really is throwing down the gauntlet. Killington, after some nervy early struggles, is now 100 points away from winning his debut match here in Portsmouth.
71.
I'll tell you what makes this
Georgia
performance
require
really
100.
impressive from George. After about 12 to 15 darts in the first leg, he was averaging 40. And now he's looking to average about 90 with a win.
Game shot and a match.
That is
George
how you win your
Killington.
debut match, with a double-double finish. Very impressive, just found his way into the game. And by the end of it, it was a very impressive performance. It wasn't quite a 90 average, but the doubling, extremely good at the end, ahead of our third match.
2 games in, 2 4-1 wins for David Evans and George Killington. Our remaining 2 victors, as we see our remaining 2 competitors in this Group A. Stein de Klerk kicked off Series 12 on week 1 of the series by winning Group A. He faces Timothy Vugger here, the Belgian, who returns after an impressive display all the way back in Series 8. De Klerk came a cropper, as many Group A winners do these days. 22 weeks is the streak that needs to be broken, going all the way back to Series 11, where Derek Coulson won Group A and then went on to win the regulation week. Why is my question?
First leg is Timothy
Group
to
A
throw
winners,
first. Game on.
Group A winners finding finals night so difficult.
You have to manage the days off. The Thursday and the Friday, if you get what you do wrong in preparation for Saturday,
30.
you will not win. But I have another theory here, Sam, because I believe that all of the players who come here now and play in Group A, they know about the streak.
41.
And the players who win Group A are putting themselves under more pressure because they want to break the streak.
140.
Couldn't break his own streak back in Champions Week. He won Group A, of which Charlie Manby was a participant. Manby had to go
60.
through Group C to make Champions Night. And then in turn, Manby defeated Coulson in the semi-final.
99.
But it's starting to really become a bit of a thing.
59.
Do you think the streak's going to be broken in Series 13?
Yes.
I'm going to say yes as well.
42.
For some reason, I don't think it's going to happen this week. I think we might have to wait a little bit longer.
100.
Yeah, you look at Group B, where Lee Cox, Adam Savada, who, off the back of his Ali Pali appearance, has gone back over to the States, played in Vegas and is back here for Group B, as is Jim McEwen, previous champion, right here. And then
100.
Group C,
Timothy, you require
Leonard,
56.
Steve Green, and I know you've got a keen eye on Danny Ayres.
I think everybody has.
Game shot in the first leg.
Let's not take
Timothy
our eyes off
for
Tim,
Vugger.
though. That is a very decent start. Timothy was here for the
Second leg
ADC
is
Global
Stein to throw
Championship.
first.
Did make it
Game
through
on.
to Stage 2, but unfortunately came 4th on day 4 of Stage 2, which is something that Stein de Klerk did as well,
60.
but he did it on day 1 of the second stage. That was a particularly brutal format. Getting through Stage 1, they did it very well.
81.
Then with only one person progressing through the next stage, they both found it a little bit too difficult.
It's brilliantly brutal.
60.
I like a bit of brilliant brutality.
Of course, the new reigning defending ADC Global Champion, Jack Tweddle,
100.
winner on the Challenge Tour yesterday.
He's having a rather good month, isn't he? It's a great story. When Jack was with us doing his tungsten talk,
89.
talking about using darts as a rehab tool. Incredibly inspirational. Just like Natalie Gilbert has.
60.
Using it to train yourself to walk again and to think clearly and to throw something accurately.
100.
Great things that we take for granted, but 2 players there who really have used it as a wonderful rehabilitation tool. And now with success for Jack.
100.
For Brugger, first to a finish once again.
100. Timothy, you
coming
require
back fighting.
160.
That's a great last start from Stein. Is it a great last start for Timothy?
140. Stein, you require 92.
Almost. De Klerk knows what it takes to win a
74.
Group A,
Timothy,
but
you require 20.
certainly a bit peculiar leaving double 9 like that.
Turns out it
Shot
doesn't
on the
mean
second
anything,
leg.
but
Timothy
how
for
he hit
Vugger.
double 18 with that deflection, I've got no idea.
Third leg
Timothy's
is
just gonna
Timothy
do
to
his
throw
thing.
first. Game on.
His facial expression is not going to change between now and the end of Saturday. He is the epitome of stoic.
41.
Without knowing what Timothy does for a living, to me, he looks like law enforcement. You wouldn't
100.
think he'd be out of place in some sort of uniform.
Yeah, not fancy dress.
60.
He is completely stone cold Steve Stoic.
This is Stone Cold Stein de Klerk.
140.
Both from Belgium. I'm sure know each other rather well. It's not the biggest of countries. I just wonder what kind of year Belgium are going to
85.
have in darts, because they did not have a very good World Championship. In fact, probably their worst in recent memory. De Decker, Huybrechts,
123.
Mario van der Behade, Dimitri Vandenberg, all gone early.
61. Stein, you require 138.
Yeah, definitely. Could do better. De Klerk is doing better in this leg at least.
58.
I forgot to mention Andy Bartons, but he was in a belter with Dirk van Dijvenbode. I wonder if he's going to be here this year.
100. Stein, you
He could be
require
a good
80.
candidate for a series title, Andy Bartons. We have a candidate for 2-1 down.
60.
But not
Timothy,
for
you
long.
require 154.
Well, this would be an absolute hammer blow for De Klerk.
Why are you not going for that second
96.
60 there?
Stein,
It
you
was a
require
pearler of a
20.
marker to leave double 17.
The Killington protocol not utilised.
No score. Timothy, you require 58.
Killington protocol.
It's a spin-off from the Bourne Ultimatum.
I knew you were going to say that.
38.
I thought Timothy was going to hit
Stein,
that double
you
10.
require 20.
He does not. Let's see if Stein can. Not with markers like that.
Chasing
10.
doubles around the
Timothy, you
board.
require 20.
He give it the gilding, but he is not happy about the way he is performing.
Double 5.
10.
They're both doing
Stein,
it.
you require 10.
It's contagious. It's infectious, but not in a good way.
Game shot on the
That
third
is
leg.
much
Stein
more
de
like it.
Klerk.
What is it about that ironic thumbs up? It seems like everybody's doing it these
Fourth
days.
leg is Stein to throw first.
In fact, we might
Game
here
on.
this year get the person who did it the best and who did it first, Mr. Matt Campbell. He is the mayor of the ironic thumbs town.
140.
Well, Matthew Edgar posed the question on Thursday or Friday evening.
100.
Players dropping off the tour and who would we like to see here this year. Matt Campbell's got to be towards the top of the list.
140.
I think he would like to come here as well. Not getting through Q School, I know, hurt him quite a lot. So it'll be interesting to see what Campbell does in his bounce back year.
81.
He is now the two-time defending North American champion.
60.
We have had a Canadian champion here, of course, in the last 12 months. Jeff Smith getting that esteemed honour.
60.
Of a
Stein,
brewer.
you require
Really
161.
could have been, and a lot of people would say should have been 3-0 up. He might be roped in here after 4 legs.
81.
expression remains unchanged.
100. Stein, you require
Unmoved,
80.
unflustered.
Okay. So you couldn't hit a double in the last leg, and
Game
now you
shot in the
just
second
won a leg
fourth
with
leg,
2.
Stein to Clerk.
Once again, the Killington protocol.
That's going to be the tagline for our
Fifth
highlights
leg
on
is
YouTube
Timothy
later.
to throw first. Game on.
More people are doing that these days as well. First person to make that popular? Gary Anderson.
140.
He's done quite well.
Well, that is an understatement. But who would be your sort of number one pick of players that are now eligible to be here this year? Matt Edgar went
60.
Steve Lennon. We've mentioned Matt Campbell. I gave a bit of a wishy-washy answer in that it wasn't strictly
43.
someone who came off the tour, but as a massive fan of the Asia Tour, I will always, always, always say Paul Lim. And Royden Lamb, of course.
60.
Jack Aldridge. I'm hearing good things. I'm seeing good numbers. I'm excited to potentially see what Aldridge can do. It's not just the last few weeks, it's into last year as well. But I, like you, think that there's a great deal of possibility when it comes to players from
61.
other parts of the world. Jesus Solarte of Argentina. I'd like to get him here. I think there are possibilities.
100.
Absolutely. It's always brilliant to have an international flavour here at the Super Series, as we are seeing before our very eyes right
Stein, you
now.
require 152.
Vugger tops away from going 3-2 up now. De Klerk unable to trouble the 152, but the pressure has been
Timothy, you
applied.
require 40. Game shot
Well,
of the fifth
apparently
leg,
tops is the
Timothy
size of a barn
Vugger.
door now. It's just been hit 3 times from 3 darts.
Sixth leg
And
is
yet
starting
again,
to
the
throw
expression
first.
doesn't change.
Game on.
If you look at his phone, he's probably got 1 emoji on it.
$100.
Just to go back briefly, yeah, that point about Aldridge, some of the numbers he was finding,
140.
achieving, he is going to be one to watch, despite not getting that elusive tour card.
But that's the thing about this time of year, Sam.
43.
People who didn't get their tour card, their first port of call was go to the first challenge tour cluster. And as soon as they wake up this morning, no matter how successful they were, they will now be thinking, how do I get to Modus? Because that's what they say. We call it the Modus Super Series, and in true sports people style,
100.
the dart players have abbreviated it as the Modus. That's what they say. I want to get there. And they'll be trying to figure that out
140.
this week via the ADC, whether they've done enough for an invite. Time will tell, and we will keep you updated week on week as to who's coming next.
Timothy, you require 121.
Brewer might be the first Belgian to win a match on this stage here this year on the Bull.
83.
Slightly wayward, but he will be back. Of course, if you're going to mention Challenge Tour, you have to mention Joe Hunt.
57. Timothy, you require 38.
Rankings after weekend 1, but for Brugger, match darts in hand.
No
The
score.
grouping on that is so
Stein, you require
unlucky.
138.
There was a blockade in front of the 38 bed. I wonder if he's going to do the same thing or split this time.
58. Timothy, you
prior
require
in this
38.
game, De Klerk did split after missing double 5.
He has split. And
Game
it
shot
has
and the match.
been very
Timothy
fruitful
Vugger.
in doing so. Verbrugge beats De Klerk to get his Group A campaign off to the best possible start. Disappointing for De Klerk, a former Group A winner in his own right. It was scrappy at times, but Verbrugge comes out on top. Coach Whitehead after the break.
Welcome back to the first day of the Modus Super Series season. It is Series 13, Week 1, Day 1. But it is Round 2 now. And after a very impressive first round for Evans, Killington and now Vugger, you have two players on the hockey in Game 4 who are looking to get off the mark. That in itself is not the end of the world, that you haven't won your first game. But you don't want to go into round 3 without points, even on a Monday morning. Because then you will be in chase mode. Henry will be a bit frustrated that he did lose to Evans by 4-1 in that first game, Sam, because he got off to a pretty good start.
They both did in their respective matches. Both with work to do. Of course,
94
is won on the Monday, and they can certainly be lost. Being cut adrift towards the bottom of the table was not on the agenda of either of these two.
I don't know whether it's just my sight as I get older, but it seems to me like the points of Conan Whitehead are getting longer and longer as the years go on.
Series 20 turns up with javelins.
Yeah, Conan's points are growing at a rate of
98.
3 millimeters a year, like Pinocchio's nose. But I don't see Conan lying about anything.
140. How many you require? 167.
Really long, but effective.
Coates can't be effective from 167. But this is a champions battle. Rising Stars champion versus Series 1 champion.
140. How many you require? 131.
Coates is in a bit of bother from the off hit.
55.
Another strong start
70.
from Whitehead.
Now.
38. How many
you
you
will
require?
not be happy
76.
with that at all. You don't want to miss singles at any time. And it just so happens that missing the single offered the chance to Coates. And he did not miss.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
So an opportunity missed for Whitehead.
41.
Doesn't get off to a strong start in the second leg either. And just to add another layer on the form lines from the Rising Stars week, won by Coates,
29.
who had the highest average, or the highest standalone average of the entire Challenge Tour weekend. Nathan Potter, another Rising Star.
135.
Former finalist here, of course, from a previous series. I get the feeling we're going to see that young man again.
57.
It is very good to see this, isn't it, Sam? Because it wasn't always the case. If you go back 15 years, your young players, there was a handful.
140.
Maybe 4 or 5 players like Michael Smith and Joe Cullen and Nick Kenny and people like that, who you thought they're going to go on to be big stars. Now, there's about 50 of them. And I'm talking about the boys and the girls.
87.
And they're younger. Those names you mentioned before, when they were bursting onto the scene, they're in their early 20s.
180.
Coates.
Conan, you require 98.
Breaking on to the darting scene in his teens.
58. Henry, you require
Come back to that subject
135.
at some point, because Coates has now missed the 135.
99. Conan, you require 40.
Worked out pretty well. This might not for Coates. You don't often see
Henry,
that
you
from
require
Conan
36.
in any department on the outer ring. 99.
Game shot in the second
Finds
leg.
it with
Henry
his last,
Coates.
just when Whitehead thought he was in with a squeak.
Third leg,
Coates
Henry to throw
slams
first.
the door
Game
shut
on.
to double his advantage.
I tell you what, Sam, we talked about
85.
young players coming through. It's not just domestic either. We are here in England right now, but we are talking about players coming from
81.
further afield. I think one of the biggest results for young darts over the last 6-7 weeks, it was in the girls'
45.
final at Lakeside. Everybody thought Paige Pauling was going to win. She didn't. Zara Gamey did. And at that point, we all said, what's happening in Turkey?
100.
Watch out. In the next 5 years, we will see what Turkey can do. And that's just one example.
Yeah, he's spot on. I was one of those that thought Paige Pauling would be an absolute cakewalk for it. Just completely mopping up the girls' titles
60.
on the WDF all year, and then getting to Lakeside, you were expecting the same outcome.
135.
Cost him a shot at a finish to take a 3-0 lead. Conan's best chance of a 60 here is from that position.
81.
But unfortunately for him, he's dragged it way low and right.
$54.
Again, one just deflecting the wrong side of the wire there into that treble 5.
84. Henry, you
again,
require
A
122.
little bit contagious, these stray darts going into the 5. Needs the treble. Too much on it.
Now what does Whitehead do?
69. Conan, you require 95.
That leaves an annoyed-looking Conan 79. He's more annoyed now.
75.
He'd
Henry,
be
you require
less annoyed if
53.
he'd missed the 39.
Frustration growing for Whitehead.
43. Conan, you require
It's Henry's
20.
turn
Game
to
shot on the
have that
third leg.
frustration.
Conan Whitehead.
And he's offered Conan Whitehead a route back into this match.
Fourth leg is Conan to throw first. Game on.
Henry's from Derbyshire. He is part of an academy setup from multiple PDC
140.
title winner Jamie Caven and his esteemed colleagues. But Derbyshire is really in need of a new flag bearer.
44.
Let's put it that way. You've got certain parts of England who have their best player. Who's the best player in Derbyshire right now?
Check. Henry's last
it
was
might even be Henry
39.
Coates.
100.
I'd say so. And what I like about Henry is really down to earth, sensible head on his shoulders. Quite obviously
45.
has really good people around him to not get too high or not get too low. And that temperament and mentality will
43.
surely put him in good stead for the future.
Do you know what's funny though, Sam? I know that Chris Mason is playing county darts for Derbyshire right now.
140.
So I'm not going to count him.
$100.
I believe it was county darts weekend this past weekend. There was a lot of darts going on. Yeah, the Las Vegas Open, which was won by Jason Brandon, our friend.
92. Conan, you
From
require
over the
118.
pond. And Chris Lim defended his Las Vegas Classic. Well done to Chris. Interesting. Don't necessarily like 18s first on 118, but when your opponent's not on a finish, I don't object as much.
You're right about the county. And
60.
my home
Conan, you
county, the
require
Salopians,
32.
Casey Jones hit a 9-darter. Congratulations to him. Whitehead
16.
can't bring
Henry,
us
you require
level.
125.
The outer ring is becoming a real thorn in the side for Whitehead.
65.
He'll be
Conan, you
back.
require 16.
To bring us level.
Game
He
shot on the
does it
fourth
this
leg.
time.
Conan Whitehead.
If I were Conan, I'd be starting to count my
Fifth leg is
chickens.
Henry to throw first.
Nothing's hatched
Game
right
on.
now, but the fact is, as he gives us one of his classic stare downs, he could have been
30.
trounced in this game, but he's level. Said it once and I'll say it again. Nobody stares down the fourth wall better than Whitehead.
140.
You knew something big was coming. He had his eyes locked.
98.
Something's amiss when he misses treble
75.
18 into the wrong bed like that. At least he was able to recover.
Well, you don't want to peak too soon. And as we saw last week with Fallon Sherrick,
84.
who didn't start the week strongly, was fantastic on Wednesday and nearly
137.
nicked Group A herself. Rhiannon O'Sullivan only won it on leg difference, but she peaked at the right time on Saturday night and lifted a
95. Conan, you require
magnificent trophy.
149.
It is happening again for Coates, who had the lead against Evans and relinquished it early.
59.
Whitehead is currently overtaking him. If he doesn't arrest this slide, he's going to lose again.
98. Conan, you require
You can
90.
Make the argument about fatigue. Yes, Henry Coates is a young man.
65.
Whitehead
Henry, you require 96.
tickles the bullseye, or tickles into the 25. But off the back of a
80.
very busy
Conan, you require
weekend,
25.
we might just be seeing signs of a little bit of fatigue. Whitehead fresh, but he himself
17. Henry,
did
you
the polar
require
opposite, maybe
16.
a little bit rusty.
You've got to get it right.
Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
Coates takes
Henry
the lead
Coates.
again. He can't quite believe it.
Sixth leg is Conan to throw
There is
first.
a sweet spot,
Game
Sam, when
on.
it comes to how much action you do, because you will get to the stage where you do too much. And you can't play your best
100.
darts. You almost play in this state of autopilot where you don't have any thought involved. You come off a game and you don't remember any of it because
17.
you're so tired. We saw a little bit of that from Sherrick last week because she came straight from Q school. It took her a few days to realise, hang on, I've just got to reset the machine
100.
here. If you come to the Modus Super Series on a Monday morning, fresh from a Challenge Tour weekend, I admire the commitment,
180.
but it is not going to be easy.
5 events in 3 days, followed by the travel. As we heard from Henry this morning, he broke down on the way here, so didn't arrive in Portsmouth till nearly 9 o'clock last night.
68.
Early start this morning. I think we'll see the best of Henry Coates later on this week, where he can have this afternoon, this evening,
140.
the afternoons and evenings over the next 3 days, just to recharge the batteries.
63.
Very good work
Henry,
there
you
from
require
Whitehead to get to a finish.
164.
Very sensible. But the game might be up. Not for the first time today. We see someone
84.
straight
Conan,
to
you
the
require
left.
170.
Well, the last 2 darts of that
120.
visit
Henry, you require 80.
could well be an act of defiance. Coates will not get a match dart.
Almost feels like one of his darts has got an
40. Conan, you
indicator.
require
It's going left
50.
all the time. Oh, that's fortunate.
40.
That's not so.
Henry, you require 40.
Well, his doubling on the outer ring has been more missed than hit, so you can see why Whitehead was taking his chance at the ball, but Coates
Game shot and the
has
match.
tidied
Henry
up tops to finally get his week underway. Our rising star, a winner here over the Series 1 champion, Conan Whitehead, who has now suffered back-to-back defeats. The doubling has been his woe so far. But after the break, Clerk is back to face David Evans. Back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. Day 1 of Series 13, Group A, and there we see David Evans, who won the opening match of the series 4-1 against Henry Coates, but he will know that he still has levels to rise in his game. Wasn't wholly simplistic. He faces Clerk, who will be feeling sort of similar after his 4-2 defeat to Timothy Vugger.
First leg is Stein to throw first.
Stein
Game on.
has the benefit of throwing first this time, but there was glimpses of Stein's best towards the latter stages of that opening match.
100.
Glimpses can sometimes give you a bit of encouragement. But I get the feeling this Group A is going to be
96.
very different for him than the last time. He's going to have to graft a bit more. And if he gets himself into the same sort of position as he did against Vugger,
81.
they're the kind of games that you don't want to let slip. And he did let that one slip. But I'm really, really curious to see what kind of year David
96.
Evans has. It started okay. He's here. He's got his first win.
140.
But even though he won twice here last year, I'm going to put him into my category of underachievers. Because Dave is an exceptional dart player.
59.
He's played on the Pro Tour. He's been a brilliant player on the Challenge Tour in previous years. But if you look at his Challenge Tour results
60.
from the weekend, they weren't great. Last 2-5-6 twice, and then a third time, a last 1-2-8, and then a last 16 yesterday. That's not good enough for David Evans.
140. Stein, you require
He's going to have to
120.
use this week creatively to get better.
We sort of saw that as well in the
60.
previous
David, you
series
require
where
110.
as he now eyes 110, looking at 18s, but he qualified for Champions Week as one of the highest performers in his
86.
regulation week,
Stein, you require
the highest
60.
running averages, and didn't really show his best.
Game shot
that's
in
de
the
Klerk's
first leg.
best.
Stein de Klerk.
Polishing off 60 with the minimum of fuss to take the opening leg on throw.
Second leg is David to throw first. Game on.
My point with Evans is not just a case of the clock ticks over to 2026. He does exactly the same stuff and expects different results.
100.
Obviously, last year was pretty decent. But I don't think he's happy with pretty decent. So in order to get back to where he wants to
41.
be, what does he do? And this is a message for every dart player. If you think that doing the same in 2025 will get you different results in 2026, think again.
100.
You have to have some sort of evolution or some form of transformation to get better. Just look at Michael van Gerwen.
80.
Over the weekend, he won in Bahrain, and he looked like the Michael of old, especially in the final against Van Veen. He was astonishing. I have a philosophy about MVG.
140.
I think it's to do with inner confidence. 2 years ago, he couldn't even smile. Look at how he was smiling on
60.
Saturday.
David, you require 161.
Evans relatively comfortable at this stage of the second
65.
leg, managing the board exceptionally well.
Anybody who doesn't go to the bullseye in dart 3 there is being left behind. That is now the normal thing to do.
100. David,
and the
you
right
require
thing to do.
96.
Again.
I don't like that play.
85.
I think the risk of missing the 20 was there because of the first dart. I think 16s was the play right there. You get the single 16.
100.
You get a single 20. You've got 3 darts at tops.
11.
Here, he's just a little bit snookered.
From board management to board mismanagement. Come on, he says.
7.
That
Stein, you require
was
80.
wild. And he could be made to pay.
It was 60 last time. He goes up a notch.
Shot in the second leg.
And that's
Stein
painful
de
for
Klerk.
De
Evans.
Klerk
Third leg is
inspired
Stein to throw first.
on the outer ring.
Game on.
Left trailing in the scoring stakes, but when you can finish like that, it does not matter one iota.
60.
Some of these evolutions that the players are going to have to do in 2026, it's not just technique, it's mental.
95.
When you lose a leg like that, you don't consider yourself unlucky. If you do, wrong mindset, right from the get-go.
41.
You have to absorb disappointment, and you then have to move on quickly. That's this sport now.
82.
I mentioned earlier about how Evans was disappointing on Champions Week. Might be a little bit harsh because
60.
it was a Champions Week. There were so many hard luck stories, and Evans was playing while suffering with an abscess in his tooth and trying to manage the pain throughout the entire week. But there's certainly no shame in not making Champions Night when being
60.
in Group A and then C the regulation weeks. You look at Jensen Walker, a previous series champion who couldn't make Champions Night in Series 12, but we should say congratulations to young Jensen.
84.
Called up to the England men's squad.
Yeah, to everybody who's been called up this time. For both squads, of course, because the ladies have been announced as well.
140.
Very
David,
strong
you require
England
100.
ladies team. Is this where things begin in round 2 for Evans? Apparently so. And double top twice
David Evans
has now been done 3 times today.
Fourth leg is David to
The
throw
irony
first.
is not lost as
Game
well.
on.
Hasn't exactly been glistening on the doubles today, but that'll cheer him up.
140.
Tops from Killington. Tops from de Clerk. Tops from Evans. Half the field.
Is there an echo in here?
81.
Apparently, if you say tops in this building, you've got to say it again. I suppose off the back of another tops, it's back-to-back tops, isn't it? And that's very apt for Chris Lim, who won the Las Vegas Classic over the weekend for the 2nd year running. Chris is the son of Paul Lim. Very good player is Chris, very underrated. And Dieter Hedman won back-to-back tournaments over in Vegas, winning the Open and the Classic.
135.
Of course, off the back of finally winning that world title.
43.
And Joe Hunt this weekend, back-to-back on the Challenge Tour. That takes some doing. I think Joe's going to have a very busy year.
140.
These early Challenge Tour events are so crucial. There'll be opportunities to play on the Pro Tour.
99. David, you require 56.
Sustained throughout the year. World Championships.
Just the one. Here we go again.
46.
Too many darts going a little bit left. When you recognise this is happening, you've got to change your aim
David,
point
you require 10.
to a little bit right of target. A little bit right of double 4.
Game shot on the fourth leg. David Evans.
Level at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg is signed to throw first.
Looking
Game on.
for 2 out of 2. And if he does it, de Klerk will be 2 out of 2. But not in the column he wanted to be.
100.
We're going to have plenty of Belgians here throughout 2026. I wonder who's going to have the best run here at the Modus Super Series.
140.
There's a lot of chatter in Dave's area in Lancashire about this place. Great darting scene in the likes of Preston,
100.
Blackburn, Accrington. Great ADC presence up there, but Lancashire's always had a very large footprint in domestic darts. Somewhat
60.
overtaken recently by the likes of Merseyside and Cheshire, who house some of the best players in the world, like Littler and Humphreys.
Cheshire has always been
43.
so strong.
Yeah, back to the days of Dave Routledge and Brian Derbyshire and Tony O'Shea and Daryl Fitton all playing for Cheshire.
131.
Pretty much all internationals in the same team.
Yeah,
58.
Evans
David,
now
you require
looking
170.
to reel it in. There's no real pressure on it.
Pun intended. No real pressure.
Yeah, I knew exactly what I was saying.
Now this is where de Klerk can change this leg.
100.
Somewhat
David, you
puts
require
the pressure on. At least he's on a
110.
2-darter now, as opposed to Dave's 3-darter.
Tops the target once again.
Game shot
Target
and the
acquired.
fifth leg. David Evans.
He enjoyed that one.
He should. There are 110
Sixth leg is
checkouts.
David to throw
Then there are
first.
110 checkouts
Game
like
on.
that. Considering de Klerk was on the cusp of taking the 3-2 lead himself, what Dave has just done is found
60.
this incredible central 60, beautiful single, and a tops that you dream about. That was a beautiful confidence-building shot.
140.
Confidence growing, and apparently shoes getting shinier.
58.
They really are a thing, aren't they? We've had Painter here. Kevin Painter, of course, with his shiny shoes during the senior showdown.
100.
Now Evans is back with these beauties.
I suppose they're becoming fewer and further between in that sort of strict apparel rules. Been
57.
somewhat relaxed over the years, but Evans certainly keeping on his dancing shoes for this week. De Klerk looking for a max.
140.
Some people like the slippery feeling of that kind of shoe on the carpet as opposed to a training shoe type, which means that your
78.
foot
Stein,
doesn't
you require
move.
121.
It's very much a personal choice.
Doesn't have to go for it, but of course he's gonna, and that was a
96.
valiant effort.
Second time today that someone's gone for the bullseye. Verbrewer was the last person to do it. Going for the bull when he didn't need to.
180.
Or maybe de
Stein,
Klerk
require
knew that he was going to be
25.
under pressure. He very much is now. That could be
No
the end of him
score.
in round number 2.
David, you require
Evans,
68.
with the max, sets up a match-winning chance.
De Klerk buckled. Evans, match start.
Game shot and a match.
And that
David Evans.
was superb. Evans has made de Klerk pay there, and he's 2 out of 2 his stretch. He's a man on a mission. He enjoyed that one. Some real eye-catching finishes there from David Evans. 90+ average to boot. It's Killington against Vugger after this.
Welcome back. We are nearing the end of round number 2 here on Monday morning. And now David Evans is starting to make a bit of a statement. 2 wins from 2 and an improved second game statistically with some very eye-catching finishing towards the end of that match. And he had a bit of a penchant for double top by the end as well. Now we have Timothy Verbruer back on the hockey after his 4-2 victory against the Clerk in game number 3. And he's up against George Killington, who got a win in round number 1 on debut as well by 4-1 over Conan Whitehead.
First leg is George to throw
so
first.
somebody is going to join Evans on 4 points at the end of this one. What did we learn from that debut game for George, Sam? At times he looked pretty good after a slow start.
Took a leg to get going,
140.
but some debutants take a heck of a lot longer than that. So you would certainly say those are positive signs. As is that.
180.
Tim Nice but in. What a wonderful shot to start the match off. I get the feeling this game could be rather good.
180.
This is going to be good. You have 2
60.
players there with determination etched across their faces. Both so unflustered at the hockey. Killington showing great character from bouncing back from that rotten start from his opening match. Well, you said, Nico, he was averaging 40.
100.
I only said that because he will watch it back.
88.
And he will have an opinion on it. Ever since then, he's been kicking in the best possible way.
81.
That has not worked out
Timothy,
ideally.
you require 161.
Even with Timothy on 161, you don't want to leave 7.
But that 40 average in the early stages was more than salvage.
99.
He ended up
Georgia
winning the
requires
match,
7.
averaging just shy of 90. That was how good Killington was in coming from an early setback.
5.
He might be
Timothy, you
facing
require 62.
once again, and it's another thumbs up.
This could be thumbs down. Oh, not another missed single. That's costly.
30.
That was costly.
Georgia require 2.
This is awkward.
Not really a marker.
Game
So
shot
he
on the
didn't
first
use
leg.
it.
George Killington.
What an eventful first leg. Now, he will be getting a lot of intel this week, George.
Second leg, it's
Because
Timothy
one of
to throw
his
first.
closer friends
Game on.
in the world of darts is someone he'll be spending a lot of time with this week. Steve West.
60.
He's got rather a lot of success here.
Well, that is an understatement. Part of the furniture.
96.
You may have just started something there, Mr. Mulliner. If you win so many weekly titles, do you get your own chair? They've got their pictures on the wall if you win
60.
a series. And these players sometimes, they like to be remembered and revered. If you win everything you can play in, maybe you can get your own chair with your name plaque on it.
Multiple weekly wins for simply Steve West.
31.
Put him in that category alongside Neil Duff. Derek Coulson isn't far behind them.
Andreas Harrison too. There's only one of those who's won a series, and that's
140.
Andreas Harrison.
Now then.
180. Georgia
No.
require 85.
Killington. Will he give Vugger an opportunity?
He will, because he didn't go 20 ball.
45.
And the
Timothy,
last time we
require
saw
170.
356 was from David Davies. That will remain the case.
134. George
Davies,
require
of course.
40.
Giving Luke Littler something to think about in the World Championships.
Game shot on the
Killington
second leg. George
at the double,
Killington.
doubling his lead.
I'm going to make a prediction right now.
Third
David
leg is
Davies
George
wins
to
the
throw
series in
first.
2026.
Game on.
I won't argue.
His decision to focus on this level of the sport, I think, is born from his love for playing for his country. He said that during the World Championship. And we are ecstatic that Davies will make a return at some point. Oh, Timothy's going to be ecstatic with that. That's what he can do. His ability to group those upright darts together, very impressive.
Killington,
140.
Back-to-back 140s to start this third leg on his own throw.
140.
Back at you. This is a proper leg of darts. Aggressive, and it works. A lot of people might have gone for the bullseye with the last dart. Not George.
Triple 140s.
60.
Leaving
George
81
require 81.
from just 9 thrown. For Vugger on 121. Waiting in the wings. Double 13.
55.
Can't be found. He's wired
Timothy,
it.
you require
After
121.
finding double 17 in his previous match. For Vugger needs the ball for a 1-2-1.
96. George, you require 26.
This has been a quite brilliant leg of darts. But is it over?
13.
He's had 4
Timothy,
darts
you
to win
require
this
25.
leg. He really should be 3-0 up.
Game shot in the third leg.
2-1 up
Timothy
will
for
have
Blue
to do for Killington. But Vugger back in this match.
Fourth leg is Timothy to throw first. Game on.
Just to put it into some sort of perspective as to how George performed on the Pro Tour last year. He was 120th in the list for the Players' Championship Finals. That's £10,000 in prize money. That is the equivalent of less than 10 victories on the floor from 34 Players' Championships. That, in his mind, is unacceptable. He could make more than £10,000
60
in this series if he's successful. And I think that's his plan.
And that is prime example of the
140
opportunities away from the Pro Tour now. And these are the decisions that some players have to make. We see players go to Q School just so they can be
58.
eligible for Challenge Tour now.
That's true. But on the flip side of that, you got Killington, who goes to Q School and doesn't go to the Challenge Tour.
Is that, though,
135
because he wanted to stay fresh for this?
If that's the case, and he is victorious in week 1, smart move. He was first in the venue this morning at 7
100.
That's what we call trying to catch the very, very early worm.
That's Mervyn King territory.
Oh, don't go that far. He was here at 10-7.
123.
10-7.
Timothy, you require 143.
Not going to see him here this year. He's back on the tour.
An emotional success for King.
99.
Killington.
George, you require 46.
Looking to withstand a comeback from Vugger. More regulation, double this time. One out,
Game
one
shot
in.
in the fourth
Neatly
leg.
done.
George Killington.
This is a really good
Fifth
game.
leg is
And
George
George will
to
be
throw first.
comfortable with this level.
Game on.
Because these are the kind of games that you play a lot when you are on the PDC Pro Tour. Everything in and around that 15 mark.
Averaging now just shy of a level ton.
100.
Vugger just hovering around the 95 mark.
41.
Do you want to hazard a guess as to George Killington's personal best average? It gives you an insight into how impressive he can perform.
95.
Because it wasn't that long ago. Just 2.5 years ago. A Players' Championship in Barnsley. 114.
60.
If you can do that, you just have to find a way to replicate and do the things that you did in that match.
Long live the Barnsley Metrodome.
83.
The place where dreams are made. Or were. Someone's dreams will be made.
140.
As they have been in the past in this building.
I don't know why
30.
switching. On the number he was on, switching there made no sense. I don't mind that switch.
65.
Because Bull leaves 170. On the bright side, George has left himself a number which he can take in 6 darts to win this match.
60.
And it will be an impressive win.
Should have been 65. You don't want to leave 133.
59.
If you get
George
a bullseye,
133.
whether it's outer or inner, you leave an easier shot after dart 3. You'd rather have 128 than 133.
85. Timothy, you require 136.
Treble arrives too late. Killington poised on 48 now. For Vugger.
96.
Only
George, you
look
require
on
48.
as Killington should have 2 match darts.
Should be tops. Because it works better for him than 16s.
28.
But it doesn't work this time.
Timothy, you require 40.
Credit to Timothy, who has hung on
Game
in
shot
there
on the 5th
and
leg.
continues
Timothy
to
for
do
Blues.
so. The opportunities in this match for him have been
6th leg
few
is
and
Timothy
far
to throw
between.
first. Game on.
When they've come, he's taken them.
Have you seen the cleats he's wearing today?
100.
Honestly, when this day is over, it actually looks like Timothy Verbruer has got F1 qualifying after this. But the way he's been smacking in the maxes,
99.
I'm going to be getting me a pair of those cleats.
Simply majestic.
180.
Surely not. A 9-darter on the first morning. That would be outrageous.
140.
5 180s
Timothy, you
in this
require
match for
141.
Vugger. And he's teased us.
That was about as much emotion as he's ever shown on the stage. We've had
59.
7 maximums in this game. If we get 2 more, it could be the 3rd fixture that's ever had 9. The only way we get more
Timothy,
is
you
if we
require
get another
82.
leg.
We're favourite to do so at this stage. Bold. But
50.
will it prove
George,
to be
you require
stupid?
164.
He doesn't think he can hit this, George. He was right on this occasion. But that was a very, very bold move from Verbruer.
62. Timothy, you require 32.
Favour the bold. Now it gets tricky.
Now he needs a key to get through the gate. Look at that.
24.
It was a great effort.
George, you require 102.
But ultimately has given a chance for Killington. Not a total disaster. Match start incoming.
84.
Never really threatened it
Timothy,
in the end.
require 8.
For the double at least.
Game shot
There
on the
was a little bit of inner chat there from
for blue.
Timothy. It's worked. And for the first time here on the first day of the Modus Super Series in 2026,
George to throw first. Game on.
we have ourselves a decider. More maxes?
This match
171.
deserved a final leg, but Killington not fussed about breaking records. Vugger is.
140.
I think that's the first time I've ever been disappointed with a 171. I don't think we're going to be breaking any records now.
46.
Here's Vugger going to be breaking George's heart as well as his throat.
100.
Taking an extra second there, Killington. Coolness personified under pressure.
138.
Really, really good stuff. Timothy's got to get to a finish.
60.
He had that 60 surrounded.
Georgia require 146.
Killington gets his wish. 2 visits to take care of business. Didn't dwell on the 5. That was really, really good.
110.
Then what happens afterwards? You don't dwell on the disappointment. You move on quickly. And now he's got 36 after 12.
Well,
60. Georgia
go
require
on to
36.
hit this double. This will be a world-class display from George Killington. He has withstood everything Timothy has had to throw at him here. Oh.
No score. Timothy, you require 141.
What can you say?
4 missed match darts.
But he'll be back for more.
But bruised. He's already missed 36
Georgia
3
require
times
36.
in this leg for the match. 4 times to win the game. Double 9. He might not get across the line
Timothy,
after
you
all.
require 82.
He could well have snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. We've been here before. I bet he doesn't go treble 10 this time. Oh,
57.
grazing that wire on
Georgia
the ball.
require 18.
Killington is back. This has to be his last chance. Working his way inside.
No score.
But the outcome
Timothy, you require
is
25.
identical than his previous couple of visits.
Nine.
Can't steal it.
Georgia require
George Killington
18.
has missed 22 darts at a double in this game. And he can still win it. Win it
Game
he
shot.
does.
And the match,
after
George
a
Killington.
monstrous scare from the Belgian Vugger. That was an eventful game, wasn't it, George? I think we were going to take yourself for a bit of a timeout after that experience. But on the bright side, it is a 4-3 win for Killington, and he's now on 4 points.
Welcome back. Here's how the early stages of the opening week of Series 13 is shaping up. And it's David Evans, along with George Killington, who survives a scare after showing moments of brilliance against Timothy Vugger, who himself, in that 4-3 defeat, hit 5 180s. A match of serious quality, descending into absolute anarchy. It's Evans and Killington that are the early front runners. Evans currently has it on leg difference. Timothy and also Henry Coates, our Rising Stars champion, securing early wins. Under Clerk and Conan Whitehead have work to do. And it's Coates who is back on stage now against Stein de Clerk, who started the opening week of the previous series by winning Group A. If he's going to do the same this time around, he has to start firing. There have been flashes from him so far, but
first leg is
really
Henry
been
to
able
throw
to
first.
cobble it all
Game
together.
It's like you said a little bit earlier, Sam. You don't win this thing on a Monday morning, but you've got to build towards something.
100.
Especially when it comes to Monday lunchtime, local time. You just want to start feeling good about your chances for the week. The last thing you want to be doing all week is chasing someone.
I suppose when we talk about moments and flashes of brilliance, you could sort of say the same with Henry Coates as well. He hasn't been at his best so far.
96.
He's managed to find a way to win one of his matches at least, but he will know that he does have to step it up, and I'm sure he will.
58.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he will as well. Might be just feeling the effects of what's been a rather hectic few days.
140.
We had the last 32 of the first 2 Challenge Tour events of the weekend. Didn't have a great Saturday.
42. Henry, you require 136.
To finish things off. Not a bad start to the Challenge Tour season for the young man from Derbyshire.
45.
But he's got to stop dragging those darts left. That's becoming a bit of a bad habit.
Yeah, currently 11th in the order of merit on the Challenge Tour. That's
94.
a solid
Henry, you
opening
require
weekend,
91.
as you quite rightly say, and he's eyeing treble 14, which he has found for the double 16.
Shot in the first leg. Henry
That
Coates.
was very clean, crisp, composed from Henry Coates.
Second leg is Stein to throw first. Game on.
You look at some of the players that he beat yesterday as well. Kevin Burness, Joe Croft, Kieran Tian, Tommy Morris, who had a really good weekend.
100.
Ultimately losing out to Steve Lennon, who was always going to have a very good start to the season on the Challenge Tour. He just lost out to Q School, and Scuba Steve not having a card this year is a surprise to a lot of people. People thought he would bounce back again.
140.
Not this time, but the Pro Tour's loss is going to be our gain.
59.
I said that David Davies is going to win a series this year. I'm doubling down. I think Steve Lennon's going to win at least a week here.
95.
Matthew Edgar saying Steve Lennon would win a series.
99.
We'll go in David Davies.
And you? You can't say Boris Krujma. This time last year, we were all saying he's going to win weeks. He lost in multiple finals.
96.
I think it's about time
Stein,
Jack
you
Tweddle won a
require
series.
90.
That's not out of the realms of possibility. Neither's this.
70. Henry, you require
Some
151.
players today are more comfortable getting 80 instead of 40 with tops.
It's been that
93.
sort of morning
Stein,
so
you
far.
require 20.
De Klerk looking down the barrel. Doesn't like that. Has to shimmy across. Over adjust.
10.
He
Henry,
over
you
shimmied.
require 58.
Tops for Coates.
Game shot on the second leg.
No
Henry
messing around on the
Coates.
outer ring from young Henry.
One thing I will say about Coates and
Third leg
David
is Henry
Evans,
to throw first.
they have this
Game on.
proclivity of dragging the darts slightly left. Like that. It was coined as lateral drift about 15 years ago
90.
by the great Sid Waddell. But if you do have that likelihood of dragging a dart left of target, do yourself a favour and leave tops. Because if you drag it left,
60.
it'll still go in. That will not happen on double 16 or double 18. But on tops, what you can do is keep the weight of dart right and still get the result.
$140.
Visit from De Klerk. So I gave you my pick of Jack Tweddle, who I think after that ADC Global win has got a bit of a monkey off his back in that he's always, to put it bluntly, underperformed in this building.
125.
But that will go a long way to see him right. But I want to give you another name who's on the comeback trail, as De Klerk is looking to fill it up.
140.
Leaving a finish will do, though. Alan Norris. We mentioned Henry Coates 11th
125.
in the Challenge Tour Order of
Stein,
Merit
you require
after the opening
161.
weekend. Norris is 18th.
That's an interesting one.
65. Henry,
So
you require
is this.
80.
It's not tops. And you can't drag this left. But you can on
Game shot on
fives.
the third leg.
He didn't need to. He's
Henry
hit it right in the middle.
Just saw Stein in the background there watching on. He thought the double
Fourth
10
leg
would
is
go, and
Stein
he
to
was
throw
like,
first. Game on.
when it wasn't hit, but then a look of resignation when the double 5 was.
60.
It's a very interesting dart shirt that De Klerk has. It looks like a Wolverhampton Wanderers strip that's been dropped in a vat of oil. And he couldn't wash it off.
42.
It's so blasé and erratic.
39.
It almost looks like street art. Nobody has just a plain shirt anymore, do they? On the hockey. Henry's shirt looks like a puzzle.
100.
Looks like he's been hanging out with Ryan Joyce.
De Klerk just
140.
struggling somewhat for a route into this match. Scoring seems to be okay. It's just those
140.
moments where you need to set up the finish, or with real clutch moments, things have started to go awry.
Before that visit from Coates of 140,
87.
their averages are almost identical. But the doubling, really critical here. 4 attempts each. Coates is hitting, De Klerk is not.
96.
That is your nutshell right there. And this one could be over.
105. Henry, you require 123.
Coates them. Attention turning to the 18s, and now the ball.
76.
He didn't drag that one left. It was
Stein,
right
you
on
require
target.
70.
But he didn't get the weight of dart right this time.
Game
he had to
shot
hit,
in the fourth leg.
and he
Stein
does.
De Klerk.
Much more like it from Stein, who I'm sure is starting to get to know
Fifth leg
Portsmouth
is
a little
Henry to
bit better
throw
now,
first.
and
Game
he's
on.
run out of water for the 3rd consecutive game.
It's like Keegan Brown's back in the building.
81.
Alex Small's a bit like that. He likes to get rid of the old H2O.
100.
As does former world champion Rob Cross. I think it's really important that you get through a little bit of water during the game. It's something to do when you're not throwing. And water is good for clarity of thought. Having said that, I've listed the benefits of water during a game, and Henry's had none.
This match goes to a last leg decider. We may well have another Watergate on our hands.
95.
Coates has other ideas.
123.
It was almost magnificent, but that'll do.
It will do. Because now we can go to the 19s again if he wants.
57. Henry, you require 116.
That had no benefit. Plenty of benefits here for Coates if he finds tops.
76.
That's a rare miss at double in this game.
You require 149.
Third miss.
This has been going a long way to us
97.
getting back to seeing the real
Henry, you require
Henry Coates
40.
for his second win of the day. Bending the wire with his
Game
first,
shot.
finding the target
Henry
with his
Coates.
second. Henry Coates. That's the real Henry Coates, our rising star, winning back-to-back now after an earlier setback. Much more impressive and polished display in the main, especially on the doubles. Conan Whitehead needs a win. He's back up next. Welcome back, or welcome along if you're just joining us here at the Modus Super Series live and free on Pluto TV. On the opening day of Series 13, we have been treated to the sublime and the somewhat ridiculous throughout this morning. Tops has been the order of the day so far, in that half the field has achieved the feat. Conan Whitehead needs to achieve a win here before this day gets away from him.
First leg is Conan to throw first.
Faces the Belgian.
Game on.
Timothy Vugger, who has impressed and has arguably deserved more than what he's got to show for it so far.
Some people believe that you get what you deserve in this game. Well, maybe Vugger deserved a little bit more from his previous game with George Killington, because he was doing this a lot.
140.
But if you don't hit the doubles, you don't get the points. And if Whitehead does not get the points in this game,
40.
His next game is against the Clerk at the start of round 4. And that would be a fixture of two people who are yet to get off the mark.
81.
Long way to go, though. The format unchanged for Series 13. The winner of Group A, which will take place over the course of the next 3 days.
58.
We'll head straight into finals night on Saturday, and we'll open the show. The two that finish second and third will join Group B on Thursday and Friday nights, where the top 3 of 5 will qualify for Saturday.
87. Timothy, you require 140.
Thursday and Friday afternoon, where 2 from 6 will qualify.
$90.
Okay, that's a little different. So he had 68 left, and he went for the 18s.
128. Timothy, you require 50.
Double 16. It's
Game
worked
shot on
out
the
well,
first
but
leg.
I'm still
Timothy
trying to
for
figure
blue.
out the 68. If you are hell-bent on leaving double 16, why don't you go treble
Second
12?
leg is Timothy to throw first. Game on.
Well, the destination was better than the journey to it.
$140.
It's a bit like getting to Disneyland by a boat. It's going to be a bit rocky to get there, but when you do, it might be quite fun. Interesting new stems that we have on the darts here of Conan Whitehead as well. 3 little white prongs on them. I don't know what the significance is. Maybe after this he's got an audition for 15 to 1.
140.
Which is a show where you have 3 lives. And if he doesn't book his ideas up,
100.
he might be running out of lives in Group A. If you were going to put Conan on a game show,
62.
which one would you put him on, Sam?
The options are endless.
I'd give you one word.
60.
Jungle. It's never going to happen. But I would easily sit on my kishta and watch him in the jungle for a couple of weeks. I think it would be eventful, to say the least.
$59. Timothy, you require 102.
Now, can Timothy mastermind away?
62. Conan, you require
lead.
142.
Leaves it sweet and will return to potentially enjoy the fruits of his labour. But in his previous match, hitting 5 180s
48.
and
Timothy, you
still
require 40.
having nothing to show for it.
Game shot on the second leg.
Looking
Timothy
like
for
he'll have
Vugger.
something to show for this one. He is already halfway there.
If I may say so, Sam,
Third leg is Conan to throw first.
today
Game on.
Conan has not been very good on the bull. He's had plenty of shots at it. Going for 25s and bulls, he's not been very good at it just
100.
yet. It's almost as if he's got a vendetta against the centre of the board right now. I just fear for that bullseye's future.
60.
You're right, he has had a plethora of shots at bull.
81.
Some weren't even exactly necessary. After hitting treble 19 for a 107. Opting to go the Gary Mawson route, who we saw do it in the previous series.
83.
In 2 darts. That caught myself and Laura Turner completely off guard.
100.
I wonder how many players we're going to get from over the pond in the next 12 weeks. We do have Adam Savara here this week, who is largely seen
44
as one of the best players in North America right now. He did not win his week the last time he was here. He lost in the final.
28.
You look at Danny Ayres as well, who in his previous regulation
42.
week won Group A. Once again, just couldn't quite get that
38.
big win. Eliminated in the semi-finals to Jurjen van der Velde, who is another name we won't be seeing here for the considerable future. Jurjen that night
45. Conan, you require 154.
And on that night, Henry Coates was eliminated in the group phase. Come on then, Conan.
114.
So close. And that has been his downfall so far today.
I just wonder if he's found an ally with treble 19 now.
100. Conan, you require 40.
He needs a double. Don't give Tim a shot.
20.
It would be
Timothy,
rather
you
ironic
require
now if the Brewer were to take out
127.
127 on the bolt, considering what Whitehead has not been able to do today. But he doesn't get that shot.
57. Conan, you
His
require
opening match,
20.
Conan, was 1 from 9 on the doubles. In his previous match, he was 2 from 14.
Game shot on the third
At least
leg.
he's found it with the
Conan
third
Whitehead.
dart this time.
Fourth leg is Timothy to throw first. Game on.
That's a missed opportunity for Timothy. Still got a very big presence, hasn't he, Conan? There are certain
60.
dart players, Sam, that when you're playing them, you know they are there. You can't smell them, you can't see them, but you know they are there. You can't hear them either.
140.
They just have this aura. Whitehead's like that. I'll tell you who else is as well. Dirk van Dijvenbode. When you're playing him, honestly, you get claustrophobic.
60.
Threatening
101.
Big visit, but certainly making his way back into this match. Yeah, you're right about his stage presence. I think back to the Lakeside days of Whitehead. Only a small stage there, of course, but he owned it.
100.
Keeps on chipping away.
$60. Conan, you require 160.
Doesn't really want to move, but may have to. That's worked out okay.
86.
Treble 19 and treble 18, they've been his two best targets so far today. A lot of people might think
100
that he would go for the treble
Conan,
18 again
74.
on this shot. But he doesn't.
Game
But
shot in
this
the
time
fourth
he
leg.
can hit the
Conan
double at
Whitehead.
the first time of asking. And despite the little shake of the
Fifth leg,
head,
Conan to throw first. Game on.
that will make him feel a little bit better about things.
It has been published online
100.
from ADC Europe, which is where Timothy Verbrewer has come from. That's why he's here. The participants
43
from ADC Europe over the next 12 weeks. Timothy Verbrewer is the week 1 name out of the hat.
60.
There's a few new names in there. Some pretty familiar names as well, like Zureso Zevaboom. Great name.
Yes, please. ZZ Boom.
85.
But you're going to have to wait until week 12, which is in April, for Dmitry Rogov of Cyprus.
95.
And we do have someone from Finland coming over as well in a few weeks' time. And I think Finland
60.
needs to start moving in the right direction. They can't just keep relying on the older generation. So maybe Teemu Harju is someone who could potentially bolster the next generation of Finnish dart players after his exploits at the World Championship. And that ridiculous game he had with Alan Suter. But it's not Teemu Harju who's coming here.
$130.
There's never any danger of Conan leaving double 3.
140. Conan, you require
pop
56.
This 56 with a minimum of fuss.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Conan Whitehead.
Could we be seeing a turning point in Whitehead's fortunes today?
6th leg is Timothy to throw first. Game on.
It's almost as if he knows we've got the camera on him. How does he know? In some productions, there's 100. A little red light above a camera when it's actually sending the feed. He doesn't know because there isn't a light.
60.
He knows the rhythms and the heartbeat of this place probably better than anybody.
$59.
Meanwhile, Timothy will be wondering just what he
41.
has to do. He's averaging higher than Conan. His doubling percentage is strong.
100.
Yet, he's behind again.
It's amazing how many times this happens when you don't have the throw in the game.
98.
In Conan's position, you can afford to have 4 extra visits in the
100.
match. Has to be 60.
132.
Sets up 170 for the match.
Timothy, you require 142.
If Timothy does not take this out. He made the right choice. He just didn't have the execution. And that goes back to
90.
what Laura Turner says.
Conan, you require 170.
Execution trumps thought.
$56. Timothy, you require 52.
Can be the biggest detriment of all. That was a bit lackluster.
36.
That was too much.
Conan, you require 114.
That was not a blockbuster, but this might be. What does he do? He went for the trusty 54.
43. Timothy, you require 16.
Is a bit more rusty now.
Game shot in the 6th leg. Timothy Verbrewer.
Timothy finds a way to send us
7th and deciding leg is Conan to throw first.
In his
game on.
Second consecutive match.
Is it fair to say that that fist bump was a little bit perfunctory?
100.
I don't think there's any animosity in this. He can't possibly have anything against Timothy. It's like playing a ghost. He gives off about as much noise
100.
as a ghost. But I think it was more to do with how Whitehead is feeling about this game. It's just a little pesky.
He's just all business.
140.
You wouldn't want to be playing poker with him.
$60.
Almost Kirsty Vinakainen like. We saw Kirsty last week, of course.
What a sweet lady she is.
100.
You wouldn't know what she's hit, whether it would be a 140, 180 or a 26.
I was listening to you interview her on Saturday night, and you just want to give that lady a hug.
180.
She's probably the kind of lady that's going to give you a
161.
packet of biscuits, which she can also wipe you off the board. He's found a bullseye. Finally, maybe that's the precursor to getting a victory.
161.
All the signs are there for this to be a turnaround in the fortunes of Conan
you require
Whitehead.
74.
That was the ultimate commentator's curse, or was it? Match start at double 12.
50. Timothy, you require 61.
Now he could get stung. Double 18. Oh no, he's got it surrounded.
43. Conan, you require 24.
I don't think he's going to get another chance.
He might. He
Game
won't.
shot and a match.
Conan Whitehead finally gets his first win of the day in somewhat dramatic fashion. Normally likes to look to the camera, but he can't wait to get off the stage. He wants more wins. It was hard fought, really hard fought, but a win nonetheless. Evans faces Killington in a blockbuster next.
Thank you for joining us once again here at the Modus Super Series on day 1 of Series 13. And Sam Mulliner said before the break that this is a blockbuster. I concur. Because these are the two who have the game in hand in round number 3 of Monday. And the winner will go to the top of the table. Evans, the season campaigner in Portsmouth, up against the debutant George Killington. Both will fancy their chances in this one because they've been doing some very good stuff
David
today.
to throw first. Game on.
But is Killington starting to move in the right direction? Even though his average in his second game was lower than his first, it felt like he played better.
140.
You could say the exact same thing about David Evans. And given the quality that we know these two possess,
65.
it wouldn't be a surprise to see this fixture come Saturday night.
140.
Nothing really surprises me anymore, Sam, when it comes to this game. But if you are going to be the title holder at the end of the week,
58.
you've got to time everything right. If you're going to make a few mistakes, make them on a Monday. Don't make them on a Saturday. What we're starting to see every Saturday that we have here in front of fans is that one leg could see you through and one leg could see you out.
And again, I point to last week as an example. Group A was decided on leg difference. Group C was decided on leg difference. The final qualification spot from Group B was decided on leg difference. Every single leg matters in this short format.
Is it fair to say that Lorraine Winstanley got Fallon Sherrick at exactly the wrong time?
60.
Poor Lorraine. But then Gemma Hayter found her A game when it mattered most as well. Late on Friday.
Yeah, I think Lorraine Winstanley,
David,
who
you require 116.
needed to do something against Sherrick. It's like she was stepping into a puddle and it turned out to be the Grand Canyon. Tops, how does it work this time, Dave?
Game
rather well.
On the first leg, David Evans.
Going one better than his 115 in the very opening match
Second leg is
of the
George
day.
to throw first.
David Evans,
Game
a
on.
2-time weekly winner, looking for that third.
His real name's Rodney, by the way. Do you know that?
121.
It's a very fetching colour purple on the shirt there, isn't it? Don't usually see him in this colour scheme.
125.
But he's starting to loosen the shoulders now. In his first game today against Coates, it was okay. But what we're starting to see is him relax into the day.
58.
There's not as much effort going into every dart. He's got rhythm and he's got fluency, even with shots that he misses.
Moving through the gears.
140.
Prime example. Killington has been slightly slow out of the traps in the early stages, but now he's firing.
180.
This game has got potential. I remember a game that David Evans had with Ross Montgomery on this stage. It was about 2 years ago. They
60. Georgia
almost
require
averaged 110 in a 4-3 game. It is one of the best games that the stage has ever seen. And it had shots like this. He doesn't like the amount of room he's got left, and it is a bit wobbly. So with 91 left, there is a possibility here he could do something else. Is he going to gamble? It was just a little bit low for his liking. He could have gone to the 57 there.
122.
Leave quite unconventional doubles already today.
I think the reason he didn't go for the 57-34 shot is because Evans is on 176.
Georgia require 20.
Well, he knows he can hit double 17, but He can
Game
hit
shot
double
on the
10
second
as well.
leg. George Killington.
That will do very nicely indeed for Killington.
Third leg is David to throw first. Game on.
Is he the most noteworthy George in the sport now that George Noble has retired from professional refereeing?
$140.
George Monios is the only other George that springs to mind.
He'll be here in this series.
48.
He's on the list of ADC Europe qualifiers. Don't forget as well, we have a wonderful Murph Meets on Pluto TV
100.
and our associated channels with Bobby George.
$140.
That's the kind of 140 you get from Killington. He's got this knack of getting the darts really close together. That's something you need to have in your arsenal these days if you're going to contend at the top levels.
Leaving finishes after just 9 darts thrown is also an example of that.
David, you require 161.
David Evans then. Looking at the 17s. Doesn't have to go for it. And he's not going to.
121.
Sensible. But, well, you know what I'm going to say.
Boring. And before you at me, Dave,
80.
he thought it before I said it.
David, you require 40.
But you did the right thing. Now the right thing is to hit tops. Well, I thought I'd seen everything.
8.
Are you sure he wasn't going for ball?
George, you require 137.
That had to slip out of his hand.
The 137 was never in danger after that opening dart of the visit from Killington.
David, you require 32.
Evans can tidy up his mess.
Not with markers like that. Now it's just got even more difficult.
No score.
It's all born from the
George,
slip dart out of the
40.
hand on tops. Things just get very messy.
And he did the right thing. He managed the board accordingly. And
Game
he's
shot on the third
lost
leg.
the leg.
George Killington.
Incredible. Killington stepping in where Evans faltered.
Fourth leg is George to throw first. Game on.
That one stings. I don't care who you are, what you've done, or how well you're playing. If that happens to you, that hurts.
It has to. Joking aside, of course, we want to see a show-stopping finish, but he did the right thing in not entertaining it when Killington wasn't on a finish.
Absolutely right, Sam, because if he goes for the bullseye and hits the 25 and then loses the leg by missing other doubles,
140.
we'd be saying he should have laid up. But the thing is, he did the right thing. Now you have to bounce back from disappointment. You have to be able to do that.
95.
At any level of this sport, whether it's local darts, provincial darts of sorts, this level or the pro level, you are going to be disappointed at times and you have to put it to the side. If you let it consume you, be prepared to be more disappointed.
57.
It is curious, isn't it? He stands all the way over to the right-hand side. Not as far over as Stephen Bunting.
140.
But from the right side of the hockey, he's found what is an amazing 140 there.
He's responded well from that setback. But Killington is in no mood to hang around any longer than necessary.
David, you require 138.
Perfectly marked. Double 12.
114.
I
Georgia
think he missed
require
that by quite some distance,
141.
considering his gesticulation there.
Still closer than his effort for tops.
You're just throwing a little bit of extra salt in his wounds there, Sam.
83. David, you require 24.
Well, he can put it all right with double six. His doubling has either been brilliant
Game shot and the
or
fourth
awful,
leg,
but that was
David
brilliant in the
Evans.
end. Double three could have got very awkward and could have left himself in another mess. But he's tidied it up.
Fifth
He's
leg is
back in
David
this
to throw
match,
first.
and he's showing
Game
a
on.
good amount of character in doing so.
Absolutely right. That was a great shot at double three. But considering he's from Preston, which is in the northwest of England, if you're watching this
58
via another country, the last couple of legs, for him to get to 2 legs in this contest, it's like him trying to get to Preston via Dublin.
100.
Not the scenic route. He's been diverted. And that is not a pleasurable experience, by the way, being diverted
55
to another country to go home. But if you travel enough as a dart player, it will happen to you. You had any experience of that, Sam?
57.
Well, I'm not very well travelled, so thankfully, when I have done so, it's all been rather routine. But I'm guessing, given you yourself have been here, there, and everywhere in this sport,
57.
you have some experience.
Yeah, getting back from Amsterdam to Gatwick via Belfast. That wasn't fun.
As you do.
180.
Scoring magnificently there.
Yeah, with a direct flight. This is always going to be a very fascinating game.
60. Georgia require
Killington
164.
averaging over 90 comfortably once again in the middle of a match. He's definitely got the bit between his teeth now as well.
100.
Why not with darts like that?
And after getting himself back into this match, Evans' throw is now under serious pressure. But this
133.
is showing once again
Georgia
that he
require
is not
64.
done with.
But this is for a break of throw. And you can see that Killington is wanting to leave tops.
44.
Evans
David,
missed
you
the
require
138 in the previous leg.
138.
He needs to get it now. But not this time.
And it's not an ironic thumbs up this time.
48.
It's a
Georgia require 20.
nod of unappreciation. Killington for 3-2. And a break.
10.
Wayward
David, you require
by the standards
90.
of Killington.
That is a mistake, which could be punished. On the ball.
50. Georgia require 10.
Well, it's a good leave. Killington. Straight for this double five. There's the danger. But the big number is found. But 2
6.
2s isn't.
David, you require 40.
Multiple chances missed. Not something any dart player wants to be
Game shot in the
uttered
fifth
towards
leg,
themselves,
David
but Killington
Evans.
has to swallow that one. That was an opportunity to break, to take a 3-2 lead,
Sixth
to
leg
have a
is
chance
George
to
throw
serve this out
first.
4-2.
Game on.
Now he's behind and has to win the last 2 legs to remain undefeated today.
$123.
George has won on the development tour a couple of times in the glorious towns of Wigan and Peterborough. But Wigan was back in 2014,
43.
nearly 12 years ago. And Peterborough back in 2018. You might wonder why I'm bringing that up.
100.
Very, very simple. It's about the sensation of winning. We have so many players within this sport at multiple levels now, and only one can win
95.
each tournament that is played. If you haven't won in a while, that feeling becomes alien. That's what players like George need to rediscover in years like this.
58.
If he can do that, he will be much, much stronger for the experience.
99.
It all starts with holding his throw here.
125.
He was confident of it staying in there. He wasn't in any hurry. It's looking as though we are going to another last leg shootout.
41. George, you require 95.
Even more likely now. Doesn't have to entertain the ball. Doesn't have to go for this 38.
Game shot and
but he still finds it. That's a wonderful third dart
Killington.
from George. Now, just taking that thing about winning a little bit further.
Side and leg is David to throw first.
This week might not be about winning the week for George. It might be just about stringing a few wins together. Because he only won 11 of 43 games on the Pro Tour last year.
83.
That's not a lot. In fact, the last time he won back-to-back games, that was last February.
180.
A sign of real emotion for the first time from Killington. Starting this leg with a maximum.
85.
Maybe he's starting to feel it now that he has won back-to-back games in rounds 1 and 2, somewhat scruffily at times.
40.
Evan seems chipper enough in the background. He's been here plenty of times before.
Some of these players know Portsmouth extremely well.
45.
They know all the best eats. They know the places they can go for fresh air when they need it, even when it's the middle of January. It's not even that cold this week. Unseasonably
45.
warm. Well, things are starting to heat up in this last leg. Advantage who?
$121.
Leaves a finish, but he wanted more. He was expecting more.
Killington wants a lot.
He'll
settle for that.
140. David, you require 167.
Does he get a chance? Biggest finish of the day is 115. That was from Evans in the first game of the day.
58. George, you require 96.
Is that a thumbs up of resignation now with Killington? Piecing together a fantastic deciding leg.
78.
Not double 18 again.
David, you require 109.
That could have cost him dear in game 6 when he played against Verbruer. Now, 94 left. Biggest dart of the match for Dave.
89.
That may be the biggest thumbs up this place has ever seen
18.
after a dart is missed.
Killington, 99. Evans is nodding.
No score.
Killington isn't.
David, you require
Killington
20.
is seething. He might have to stomach this one. Oh no.
No score.
How much more drama will there be in this contest?
George, you require 18.
Who wants it? Killington, again, double 9. This
Game
time,
shot.
Killington wanted it.
George
Killington gets it at the expense of David Evans in a drama-fueled final leg. Bit of a celebration from Killington for good measure as well. He gets the win to maintain his fantastic winning record on debut here at the Super Series. It wasn't simple, but he got the win. Conan Whitehead is back next. Welcome back. We are through the opening 3 rounds of fixtures on day 1 of Series 13. 2 more rounds of fixtures left to go. First of which, Stein de Klerk faces Conan Whitehead. And Stein has been unfortunate at times today, as has Conan, but is certainly feeling a little bit better about things after finally getting a win in the previous round of fixtures. This could be a very interesting encounter. You feel as though there's more to come from both.
100%. This could have been a game between two people who have yet to get any points today, but the thing about Whitehead, he found just enough in that 8th game of the day to make sure he was off the mark before he plays Stein de Klerk, who is still pointless. This is a very, very Different situation to the last time that the Clerk was in Group A.
Well, Conan just gave us a wave.
Like we've said, he knows every nook and cranny of this place. He even knows where we sit.
So this one about to get underway. Final few practice darts. Stein will be throwing first.
First leg is Stein to throw first. Game on.
You must be a fan of that dart shirt, Sam, being black and white. He's a very, very big Welling United fan, is Conan.
35.
I think they've had quite a tumultuous time of it recently, haven't they?
100.
You could say the same for some of the players in this group. However, Whitehead could join Evans and Coates on 4 points if he were to get the better of the Belgian in this one.
100.
Yeah, Group A, of course, still in its infancy, but the table now starting to take some shape.
41.
Killington, the early front runner now on debut here.
I'm starting to believe that the misses
81.
that Whitehead is experiencing today is down to ring rust. I'm just hazarding a guess here, because he has preserved some of his best form of the last few years for this place.
100.
But I just get the feeling that he might be a little bit under-practiced. But if there's one thing a week here can change,
41.
it is that.
$140.
Solid from Whitehead.
Have you noticed as well that there is a very vibrant tattoo on the left arm and left hand
Conan, you
of
require 120.
Stein? We'll talk about that in the next leg, because Whitehead has got plans.
60.
We'll not see a better 60 today than that.
$92. Conan, you require
So
60.
De Klerk leaves a handy combo at Whitehead.
Game shot on
He's
the
found
first
his
leg.
range
Conan
on the
Whitehead.
outer ring. And that could spell danger for his rivals here, not
Second
just in
leg is
Group A,
Conan to
but
throw
for the
first.
remainder of the week.
Game on.
Lose your first 2 games, but win your next 3, and you're still on 6 points at the end of day 1, and that is not bad at all. But if you look at the arm of De Klerk,
81.
he's more like Stein de Clock. That looks like a pocket watch.
121.
Grateful you pronounced it correctly and didn't have a slip of the tongue at the wrong moment.
58.
I'm seeing a lot of frustration on the faces of both players. In particular, De Klerk.
85.
Keeps moving laterally on the board. A little bit left and a little bit right every now and again. If you've had 3 games, whether it's wins or losses, if they continue, something is fundamentally wrong.
81.
But I suppose here is sort of the perfect place in that there's a long week ahead of us.
38.
And my memory casts back to when I was speaking to Charlie Manby after the opening day's play of Champions Week, where he didn't have a great day at the office.
134.
He said it doesn't matter, just get to Saturday. Doesn't matter how you get there, get to Saturday.
A somewhat no-nonsense attitude from a no-nonsense guy.
100.
From a no-nonsense county of Yorkshire. Did he go for 2 tops again?
60. Conan, you require 124.
It's amazing some of the actions of the players when they're missing their targets today. And that is not the first time he's hit that section of the 1 going for treble 18.
24. Stein, you require 20.
To tidy up and bring us level. Down the barrel. Into the double. It's in.
Game shot on the second leg. Stein to Clerk.
I don't think anyone was overly confident, but it's found its way.
Third leg is Stein to throw first.
Well,
that
was a stalemate, Sam, because the referee didn't want to move because he couldn't see it. If the referee moves and it's not in, he's then at fault
41.
for putting the player off. So the referee did exactly the right thing there. And the player didn't know it was in either, so going to have a look was exactly the right thing to do. There's nothing against
81.
going on the oche in between darts to have a check. You just can't throw from a little bit closer to the board.
Exactly right.
100.
Whilst it looks a bit awkward to the naked eye, it was good darts all round from both de Klerk and our referee Anton Mays.
140.
Could be a really interesting year for Belgian dart players. If you're not owning a tour card right now, you might be eyeing the home nation qualifier of the Flanders Darts Trophy and the Belgian Darts Open. That's in Weezer. And it's not that far away. Less than 2 months. And that home nation qualifier is the day before the tournament. And that gets a lot
95.
of attendees. I would be flabbergasted if Stein de Klerk did not go to that. And Timothy Verbruer, for that matter.
100.
A couple of years ago, might have been 3 years ago when the tournament started, one of the home nation qualifiers made it to the last 16, and his name is Andy Bartons. And he pushed Luke Humphreys all the way.
Conan, you require 139.
Didn't he just?
$59.
He cannot believe one of those didn't go in the treble.
Look at the bright side corner.
80.
De Klerk is not putting you under pressure. He really is starting to warm up on the outer ring.
Conan Whitehead.
Much more polished now.
Fourth leg is Conan to throw first. Game on.
He just knows where the camera is and when. It's a strange thing to say, isn't it? He knows when the camera is.
60.
It's almost like he's had a week's work experience here with the production team.
Don't give him any ideas. Actually, Conan on commentary would be fun.
140.
That would be somewhat no-nonsense commentary. He could be the Roy Keane of darts.
Well, we had a session in the previous series
60.
of a Mervyn King commentary stint.
$100.
I don't think Conan would be tempted into the comms box somehow.
No, he's still got darts to play.
43.
Well, so is Mervyn King. He's back on the tour.
Indeed he is. The King lives. The King has not abdicated
100.
yet. If Whitehead is missing the 60, that's where he's missing it.
60.
Slightly above.
Stein, you require 161.
Which means he's missing the treble by about 2 millimeters.
$137.
That was good. That was very good.
92. Stein, you require 24.
This is going to be close. Just like our previous 2 games. In fact, 3 of the last 4 games have been 4-3.
12.
How many people have done that today? De Klerk, Evans. It's only a matter of time before we might get it from Whitehead.
62. Stein, you require 12.
Majority of the frustration has been with the doubling.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Frustration
Stein to
there.
Clerk.
From the early offset, you'd
Fifth
say
leg is Stein to throw first.
pretty much across the board.
Game on.
As Conan Whitehead stares into your soul. The doubling across the board needed to improve.
Absolutely right. I don't know about you, Sam, but I am terrified to my very soul right now. Especially if Whitehead were to lose this game.
132.
Well, if there's not a Conan Whitehead montage done on our social media platforms by the end of the day, then I've lost faith in the internet.
I'm with you there.
180.
Stein is not losing faith. In fact, the way he's going in this game, it might be Stein o'clock.
Does look as though Stein has now
140.
found his range.
Found his rhythm. He's not thinking as much as he did earlier on. He's just getting on with it.
64.
That's what dart players do
Stein,
when
you
they're
require
getting back-to-back good
138.
scores. They're not thinking, they're just doing it.
Don't think. Just throw. Trust your quality.
58.
I know he looks like he plays for Borussia Dortmund. He'd like to hit the back of the net on an 80 checkout again, but how will he go for it?
56. Stein, you require 80.
Well, since hitting tops, there have been extra efforts, some of which were half-hearted. There was another one.
60. Conan, you require 154.
That's the danger. When half-hearted and going low. Conan. Oh, it bent the wire.
114.
That was extremely tight. And I think there might have been a reaction if he'd hit that. Can he mop up the mistake?
Game shot in
He
the
fixes
fifth leg,
it and is now in
Stein to
front
Clerk.
after a very eventful 30 seconds.
Conan can see the funny side of things.
Sixth leg is Conan to throw first. Game on.
And once again, the journey didn't matter, the destination did. And de Klerk does find a way to lead 3-2.
Someone
100.
that Conan, I'm sure, knows very well from his neck of the woods, who was a runner-up in a series here. In Series 2, Matt Clerk. He was part of
81.
that announcement that you were making a little bit earlier on about the England squad, Sam. Matt Clerk is back in an England shirt.
94.
Before I do a little bit of research on this one, do you want to hazard a guess the last time he was in one?
Well, now
there is a question. As we await the answer.
97.
Whitehead's frustrations are coming to the fore once more.
100.
Clerk has a bit of a spring in his step for the first time in a while.
92.
He's got 3 140s in this game. He'd love a fourth and no more. Now, what does Whitehead do on 118? Earlier in the day when 18's first. Not this time. Not this time. But he does get that. And we do go the distance again. That is a great finish.
Seventh and deciding leg is Stein to throw first. Game on.
He is bang up for this. So much so,
100.
he forgot to look at the camera.
$100.
Wanted more than that ton. That third would have felt relatively nice coming out of the hand.
60. 100.
Keeps on chipping away. Solid level tons.
You got any guesses for when Matt Clark last had an England shirt on?
No, but I want the answer.
If my sources are correct, 1998.
60.
Isn't that ridiculous? I knew it was going to be a long time ago. I didn't think it was that far away.
Just
121.
Age does not discriminate in this sport.
Honestly, some of the names in that team, we'll save that for the next game, but honestly, it'll bend your brain.
43.
Just like this fixture is doing to Conan Whitehead.
The Clerk in danger of making a bit of a meal of this.
40.
Oh, look, he's left 80 again. Last two times he's gone for it, he's missed it on tops.
98.
And if I was Stein right now, I'd get rid of this because Whitehead is circling him like a shark.
For the match.
60. Conan, you require 100.
Watch out. Conan is not
80.
about. That was his chance to win it.
Stein,
it looks like he's lost it.
20.
The Clerk taking his time on approach. Going inside. This is less than ideal. Any double will do,
and the
double five has done for de Klerk at the expense of Conan Whitehead, who had moments of brilliance but just couldn't find a way past at the crucial moment. It's a win for Stein. It was scrappy in stages as well. Up next, a fantastic clash between Killington and Coates. Welcome back. Day 1 of Series 13. Really looking forward to this match now between George Killington, impressing on debut, the early frontrunner in Group A, set to take on Henry Coates, our Rising Stars champion, who has sort of grown into the session well. A little bit of time to get going with an early defeat against David Evans. But there are signs that Henry Coates is starting to get into the groove. And we could be set for a bit of an epic showdown between these two over the next 3 days and probably on Saturday as well.
I've
First
really
leg
enjoyed
is
this
George to throw first.
action so far today.
Game on.
It's been gripping over the last 5 matches. That 4-3 victory for de Klerk just now against Conan Whitehead just keeps him interested. But what both players from the previous game want
70.
now is for Henry Coates to peg Mr. Killington back.
99.
They do not want him to go to 8 points.
We certainly don't. They need to bring Killington back to the field.
96.
Oh, now. Decision time.
140.
It was touching the sisal, apparently. I think Henry can count himself a little bit fortunate that one counted. It might make all the difference in this leg. Oh, now we've had 2 in a row.
180.
2 different ways to get 60 points.
Again, Killington in no rush. He was confident that was staying in the board.
86. George, you require 155.
That is not what he wanted. But he must be feeling really chipper about his
83.
chances of having a belter of a debut day. He hasn't suffered defeat yet.
92.
He would like to go
George,
through
you
the
require
day
72.
without feeling it. It all starts with 72. Can't really go for the 20 here. And he was never going to because Tops has been an ally today for George. Here's a bit of a question
Second
for
leg
you.
is Henry to throw first. Game
This
on.
is Series 13. Where do you think we'll be come Series 60?
100.
I'm stepping way into the future. When we've all got flying cars and all meals come in pill form. But I say that because Super Bowl 60 is next month, isn't it?
140.
Wonder what they thought in the NFL when they had their 13th Super Bowl when the Steelers beat the Cowboys.
57.
Where are we going to be when we have Super Bowl 60? Well, let's look into the future. Where are we going to be come Series 60?
I shudder to think.
What year would that be? 3 series a year.
80.
So we need to get 46 more.
I
46.
mean, we could well be seeing Henry Coates' grandson here.
It's in 15 years.
Maybe not then.
$100.
Strong stuff from Killington. Looking to assert his dominance on Group A.
59.
Could Killington be the one to break the Group A curse? 22 weeks and running now.
It is a thing. There have been many curses in this sport,
22.
including the curse of Ross Smith, the 5-year curse from the European Tour where nobody could hit a 9-darter, and curiously, the curse was broken after
59.
5 years and 1 day by MVG. Killington is cursing himself right now for leaving 159.
119.
Still have 6 from it. Coates on 180. Killington tidying it up masterfully.
140.
That's Henry
George
Coates.
require 40.
This is to break.
Game showing on the second leg. George
yet again
Killington.
for Killington, who has been oh so reliable at the top of the board.
Third leg is George to throw first. Game on.
Can you think of any other curses within the sport?
Well, keeping it relevant to me and you, the curse of Newcastle not winning a trophy was broken in 2025. That went on long enough.
140.
We were talking about the curse of the Kiwis at Ali Pali just a few weeks ago. And now they've never had anybody go to the last 32. Considering the strength of Kiwi darts over the last couple of generations, that is a bit befuddling.
140.
Especially when their competitive neighbours, Australia, have had plenty of people going to that stage and beyond. Derbyshire, of course, has had someone who's lifted 3 world titles in 3 different decades, in 3 different venues.
65.
And curiously, the only person ever to win a world title on double, 13.
134.
We got there with that segue. It took a while, but we got there.
Killington can't get there from 156.
36.
Due to his consistent power scoring, has come clear of Coates yet again.
95.
Every time I look up at Killington's numbers, they're impressive. And this is not near his best yet. He is creating the best angle for tops here.
80.
I get the feeling that maybe he needed to go a little bit further right, based on the angle that we've just seen. But it's tops this time for Henry.
95. George, you require 40.
Chance missed to get back into this match, and such is the short format. Those mistakes could well prove costly. But Killington finds the double this time. And what I was going to say, if he missed, that in this stages of the match,
fourth leg, Henry to throw first.
So far today, that has been where his doubling has come a cropper. But this is much better, as is
180.
It's times like this I wish we had instant replay, because that third dart speared through the 2 previous points. What a dart that was.
98.
You say about Killington's numbers, they've been in the 90s comfortably after 2 or 3 legs, but they
138.
tail off because of doubling woes. The moment Killington starts to fire on the outer ring consistently, you're going to see his average skyrocket
59.
up to the 100 mark.
You know what, Sam? I get the feeling that Killington coming off the tour might not be such a bad thing.
133.
His game is obviously not in bad shape. And for this level of the sport, which he's going to have to be comfortable with over the next 11 months.
Henry, you require 50.
I think he's going to do a lot of damage. But the damage is being done by Coates right now.
40.
Even young Henry starting to get a little bit miffed at missing doubles. That's now 3 missed. He's still got the double that got
83.
this 3-0
Henry,
lead.
You require 10.
It's getting messy for Coates. There was a real argument for, dare I say, busting his score when Killington was on, what, 303?
There was an argument for splitting 10.
83. Henry, you require 2.
All's well that ends well. If you hit it. Oh, my. I'm not a subscriber to Bad Luck, but that was rather unfortunate.
That was absolutely incredible for all the wrong reasons. And Killington wasn't feeling charitable.
97.
He wanted that, didn't he?
Henry, you require 2.
Just to send the P in Henry's way. He's still feeling the pain. And I think he's about to feel the feeling of defeat.
This is turning in to George Killington's day.
Game shot and the match.
And the debutant here, fresh off the tour, is having a day to remember, holding his nerve to defeat Henry Coates with a whitewash success. Maybe it shouldn't have been a whitewash, but it was in the end. The big matches keep on coming. David Evans is back after the break. Welcome back, welcome along to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. Our next matchup features that man, David Evans, who's Had a bit of a befuddling day so far. He's certainly had his moments, as you would well expect from a two-time weekly winner here. But the ADC Belgian qualifier, Timothy Vugger, might be wondering what he has to do
First leg is Timothy
to string some wins together. He has been desperately unlucky at times. You can make a case that he's not really done much wrong.
140.
The game that epitomises his day more than any other is when he lost to George Killington by 4-3 in game 6.
140.
5 180s, an average that wasn't that different to George's. And his doubles percentage was much better than George.
140.
But he still lost 4-3.
And he backed that up with a 4-3 loss to Conan Whitehead as well. Fine margins, but I suppose, like we said earlier,
98.
in this format, where every leg is so crucial, when he has lost narrow.
Which means that's 50%
60
of the rule book, the unofficial rule book of the Modus Super Series. Lose tight, win big. Now he needs to do what Killington has just done to Coates.
137.
Get yourself a
Timothy,
big
you
win.
require 161.
Put yourself back in the frame.
$60. David, you require 126.
Missed out on a 138 in his previous game via 2 treble 19s, but he doesn't need a second treble.
101.
Well, getting closer
Timothy,
to
you
a bullseye
require
finish.
101.
The line was good. The length, just shy. Double 16,
Game
4-1
shot on the first
nil.
leg.
Neatly done. That was much better.
Second leg is
From
David
the
to throw
Belgian
first.
qualifier from the
Game on.
ADC. Impressed here back in Series 8. Looking to go better this time.
You made a keen observation at the start of the show.
140.
About his logo on the back of his shirt looks like he's sponsored by a very famous energy drink. Maybe he does like F1.
180.
He's flying here.
I think we all know what the logo on the back of his shirt is about.
81.
But if you didn't know who he is or what he does, it might take a very skilled linguist to figure out what that logo is on the back of his shirt. It's a bit of a mishmash of stuff, isn't it?
I know what it is. It's the shape of his native Belgium with the colours of the Belgian flag.
46.
That would make a lot of sense. He's played some very, very good stuff today. His concentration around that 60 has been spot on at times. I think Evans has got to be really careful against this very tricky opponent.
Timothy, you require
if he comes off the top a little bit, the Brewer's going to be there.
Timothy faces Henry Coates in the final match of today's session.
47. David, you require 115.
Evans has already done this once today. He can't do it again.
He now does not have 59. The biggest finish of the day because
Timothy,
that belongs to Conan Whitehead with his 118. And the Brewer can't get himself out of jail after 27. A couple of straight darts. Very uncharacteristic there from Tim.
Tops for Evans. 10s for Evans.
No score.
And not for the first time
Timothy,
today.
You require 79.
That has happened.
Can Timothy make him pay for that second mistake on double 10 in successive matches?
39.
That he can't.
David, you require 56.
Back to 56 then, Dave.
Game shot on the second leg.
That could have worked out a lot
Evans.
worse. Seeing as we have two
Third leg is
Belgians in
Timothy
this
to
group. Do
throw
you have a
first.
favourite
Game
Belgian,
on.
Sam?
Philippe Albert.
I knew you were going to say that. Glorious.
180.
But with darts like that, Timothy Vugger is certainly climbing that list.
Tell you what that 180 was. It was Van Damme good.
54. $140.
He's on it today. I think he's going to be dangerous this week. Based on the evidence of Monday, I would be quite surprised if he's not in the fold
33.
for a Saturday spot. I mean, these groups are really difficult this week. You've got Steve Green and Danny Ayres and Billy Leonard in Group C. So even if he's in the bottom 3 of this group,
41.
that is a tricky Group C proposition. And then you've got all the experience of Savada and Lee Cox and Jim McEwen in Group B. It's going to be a really interesting week.
58. Timothy, you require
Yeah,
140.
Timothy was 16-1 at the start of today's play to win the week.
96.
I'm going to come back to that 140 on 18s first there. You can do whatever you want if your opponent's on 356, but there are a lot of...
Well,
there's a lesson in how to hit 180s.
180.
But if you get a single 18, you leave 122. What should your next dart be?
Here at the Modus Super Series today.
100.
We'll pick another number tomorrow. And it won't be 159.
$60.
He's given us the ironic thumbs up, and now he's given us the Olympian eye roll.
Yeah.
Or should we call it the Winter Olympian eye roll, considering what's about to kick off?
60.
Things like that have happened all too often for Evans so far today. That was a nice find.
135.
That really was from Stephen Bunting country. That was a wonderful save. Oh, he's done it again. He's missed a 180 today.
David, you require 69.
He's third in this match. He had 5 in a match earlier on. But Evans.
49. Timothy, you require
Timothy
61.
A chance to go 1 away.
There's the 1. Not moving this time.
Game
Didn't
shot on
have
the
to.
fourth leg. Timothy for blue.
Glances the flight on the way through. This Belgian player is starting
Fifth
to
leg
cause
is
trouble.
Timothy to throw first. Game
He's
on.
been the epitome of no nonsense.
I think there's a lot of people who watch
59.
a great deal of darts in this world who don't know much about Timothy Verbruer. If he were to pull off the upset and win this week, that might be one of the most
100.
unexpected weekly wins since Adam Paxton a couple of years ago.
100.
Time is starting to run out for Evans today.
125.
We were going to talk about numbers tomorrow, but how about 342? A number you should never leave.
140.
Might not stop him, though. If Evans does not get to a finish here, Timothy's going to have 6 darts from 202 to get that big win that we were talking about.
100.
Great last.
105 or more. By hitting that treble 5, he took the
82.
ball out of play. So he does remain in 3 dart range.
Will the pressure arrive?
100.
Again, Dave
Timothy, you require
fires
120.
in a majestic third dart.
This has got to be
David,
majestic.
you require 70.
If it isn't, he might just taste defeat for the second time in 2 games.
36.
This
Timothy,
doesn't look like it's going to be his game.
Game
It's
shot.
not.
And the match, Timothy
It's
Verbruger.
Timothy Verbruger's. And this Belgian is dangerous. Mightily dangerous. Another defeat inflicted onto David Stretch Evans as we approach our final round of fixtures. Good numbers from Timothy there. After the break, George Killington, the group leader, returns.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series with one more round of play to go on the first day of Series 13. This is what we've seen in the previous round. A plucky display from Stein de Clerk, beating the former series champion Conan Whitehead. Killington with the only 4-0 of the day against a very unfortunate Henry Coates. And a brilliant display from Timothy Verbruger over David Evans, which is really interesting when you look at the table, because now Verbruger is on 4 points with a leg difference of +3, and David Evans is now below him. So there you go, Timothy in second position, but they're all trying to catch George Killington, who now plays in his last game of the day on his debut day against Stein de Klerk, and if he wins again, he will be on a perfect 10 points on day one of his Super Series career. Dream up a debut day. This is kind of what it looks like. And Stein de Klerk might just be the dessert course for the killer here this afternoon.
Well, we mentioned earlier the curse of Group A, but we've also mentioned that debutants struggle here, and running through the card on debut day would certainly put that theory to bed.
First leg is George to throw first. Game on.
And one thing we do know, even if Killington was to win Group A, he'd be sticking around all week. He wouldn't entertain going home. He'll stick around, he'll play more darts in the local area. I think he's already got plans to play on Wednesday night.
We do see that quite often as well, don't we? Where players travelling down here will often take in a local ADC or two.
121.
He knows a thing or two about living from a suitcase. Not his first jaunt to the PDC Pro Tour.
99.
Even at this level these days, we've spoken to the likes of Andy Bolton and to Scott Williams and some other players where they spend more days on the road than in their own bed. But that is the lifestyle that they have chosen.
140. George
you
require
earlier
140.
about Killington's record on the Pro Tour last year, which was so tough for him. It's got to be a real test of mental strength, because it's got to be so difficult going to the venue
81.
every day, fully preparing for a big day, and then one of the first ones home. This
90.
year,
George, you require 59.
Part of the ideal rebuild for Killington, starting with the opening week of Series 13.
Game shot on the
That's
first
worked out
leg,
pretty well,
George
considering he's missed 2
Killington.
singles in that leg. That, in
Second
a way,
leg is Stein
does
to throw first.
typify
Game
what
on.
his day's been like. Even when he's made a mistake, he's made up for it.
140.
His last win on the Pro Tour came in Players' Championship 32 against Max Chavinsky. He would then lose to Richie Edhouse, a good friend of his, in the next match. But the last time he had back-to-back
92.
victories in a PDC tournament, like I mentioned, was back in February of last year when he beat Michael Flynn
125.
and Scott Williams, funnily enough.
And therein lies my point. If you're not strong mentally, that's got to be so difficult and so hard to recover from. Because it's got to be depressing, just putting all that effort in and to go out first round.
It is.
58.
It's one of the most brutal sports, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of people who have YouTube channels and opinions in this sport think that if you get a tour card, you deserve to have some winnings no matter whether you win or lose. I don't personally agree with that.
66.
I think you have to earn what you get. And £1,250 for one win is very, very generous. If you want money this week, you have got to win. If you win Group A, you'll get more than the others. If you win the whole week, you'll get more than anybody else. But what is Killington doing today?
100.
He's building
Stein,
something.
you require 44.
Confidence, one game at a time.
Certainly laying the foundations to Clerk.
28. George, you require 106.
Has had a bit of a befuddling day. Once again, an interesting journey.
66.
I can't remember the last
Stein,
time
you
I saw
require
someone go for
16.
17s first on that shot right there. That's too close, that first dart. That's why. That is not a good thing. The only option he's got is to throw it from right there to sneak it in on the right-hand side.
No score. Georgia require 40.
The Killington protocol is tearing up the rule book when it comes to finishes here.
Game shot on the second leg.
Tops,
George Killington.
He has been deadly on.
The killer's been deadly.
Third leg is George to throw first. Game on.
I think that Killington protocol line's going to stick. Maybe he's going to go down the angle of I will not shave this beard until I win again. Because at the minute, he's starting to look a little bit like Teen Wolf.
60.
Many a dart player would happily have some of the hair that he's got. It's quite fashionable to be streamlined in this sport.
42.
Look at Rob Cross and Michael Van Gerwen and some others. But this beard is being feared on Monday. Even if he were to lose this match, it's still a brilliant day. But if you've got a chance of 10 points and a 2-0 lead in your last game,
57.
Don't accept 8 points at all.
He's after the lot. Killington.
59.
Impressive on debut, but you can still see certain aspects where there is improvement to be sought, which
100
is a good thing for Killington and a really bad thing for the remaining players here this week.
Absolutely right. But this 5th game of the day, it's very telling for George. I'm looking at his numbers now.
83.
Approaching the middle portion of the match. First time in a while, it's been under 90. I just wonder, when was the last time he played 5
54.
games
Georgia require
over this
164.
sort of time frame? Because he didn't on the Pro Tour last year at all. I wouldn't be surprised if he's starting to feel this a little bit. Throughout the week, he's going to have to get used to this.
84. Stein, you require 142.
Well, it was getting towards now or never territory for de Clerk.
60. Georgia require 80.
And the way Killington has been going about his business on tops, you knew that was going to happen.
Third leg, George Killington.
Killington is killing the opposition in Group A today. A leg away from running the card
Game on
his debut day at the Modus Super Series.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, but that's the 4th time today that Tops has been hit. That doesn't happen every Monday, Tuesday, or any other day of the week. Think we're going to get a 5th? Wouldn't be surprised.
81.
Second time Killington has done it today. De Clerk's done it himself. So has David Evans.
41.
Look at the frustration from de Clerk. He might have to settle for 2 points for his day's work. And that is never good.
60. $83.
Considering that George Killington, in his second game of the day, had 26 darts at a double
134.
and still won. That was the fault of Timothy Verbruer in not being able to get rid of him when he was missing doubles.
87.
Stein de Klerk has had a little bit of that himself, because he's had more darts at double in this match than George, but he hasn't hit any. This is where you got to live up to your nickname. Killer
28.
instinct. Don't feel sorry for Stein's day. You make his day worse.
140.
Clerk on the comeback trail in this match. Has it all to do from here.
100. Stein, you require 52.
He cannot afford to dawdle and dally on double 16.
20.
I really wonder if there's a Flemish
George,
word for
you require
dawdle.
98.
There's definitely a Flemish word for win. I don't know what it is. I get the feeling that the Clerk is not going to have it. But he could
74. Stein, you require
like you said, Sam, he
32.
can't mess around on double 16.
No score.
Dear, dear me.
George, you require
Exactly
24.
what he has done. An eyebrow-raising effort at double from de Klerk in Killington. Lethal as ever. Rounding the card on your Modus Super Series debut. 5 wins out of 5 for George Killington. My word, that was impressive. Those are the stats. But what a day for George Killington. We're going to hear from him as well after the break. What a debut day it has been for this man, George Killington. 5 wins out of 5. George, well done. We often make the point here that debutants struggle in this building, but you've certainly put that theory to rest. Well done.
Thank you. I don't feel like I've put it to rest at all. I've been awful, but I've got the job done. So happy days.
We have made the point in comms that whilst you have played well, I know you don't exactly feel that way, but 5 wins out of 5 speaks for itself. But the fact that there is still more to come from you this week.
A hell of a lot more. If there's not, then this is not a good start to the week for me. But ultimately, I'm down here for a job to do. I'm just trying to enjoy darts again. I've not enjoyed it, but if this is my bad game, it's a good step in the right direction.
Well, if this is your bad game, this league table will certainly make you smile. And having a look at that, 5 wins out of 5, 10 points secured, going into 2 extra days in Group A. Of course, the goal is Saturday night, but days like that certainly go a long way to securing that.
Yeah, I mean, darts has been hard for the last 2 years, and it's been nice. It's a good group of people that I'm here with today. They've made me feel comfortable. I'm just trying to get myself back on track, and I'm not near there, but they've been really nice. So happy days.
You're coming off the back of a tough year, losing your tour card, not being able to regain it at Q School, but places like this, and I don't know what else you've got planned for 2026. Is it about rebuilding the game in general 100%. And also the confidence?
Life, not the game in general, life in general. Me and my partner, we've been together 9 years. She's absolutely golden to me. She's helped me with everything I've done. But we've been saving for our house and everything like that. And this is the year that it's going to be coming into fruition. So darts now is not priority for this year. Life is priority, where darts has been the priority for the last 10 years. And I've got a load of great memories to show for it, but I'm not where I want to be. So this year I'm back at work. Playing the darts I want to play instead of what I have to play. When you're on the Pro Tour, you feel obligated to go.
Yeah.
We had Challenge Tour last week. Me and the missus booked a house viewing. Fell through, unfortunately, because some selfish so-and-so bought it in the end. But I was working as well Saturday, so working took the pressure off of I can come away for this week and play darts. But no, this year's about life. It's not about darts. And next year will be about darts. I promise you that for a God's given. I'll be back on tour next year. But for now, it's about me, the missus and my family, and making sure we're back on the right track.
And you mentioned not going to Challenge Tour. That keeps you fresh for this week. Those Challenge Tour weekends can be a slog. Weeks like this can be a slog. So the fact that you're fresh must put you in good stead.
Fresh is not the word to use right now. I finished work at gone 12 o'clock on Saturday night, and I had to get a cab, a train, a tube, 2 trains, a rail replacement bus, a train, and then Steve West picked me up. So fresh for today is definitely not the word. I'm tired. I want to go to bed, but I can relax properly throughout. So I will be fresh at some point this week, and it is golden. Yeah.
Well done on today. Best luck for the rest of the week, and indeed the rest of this year. Our next match is about to get underway. Conan Whitehead is back on stage, as is Dave Evans, and it's back to Paul Nicholson in the commentary box.
Many thanks, Sam. Nice to hear from our table topper in George, who obviously didn't value his performances the way that we have. You can't do any better than 10 points, Mr. Killington. Just remember that. I'm sure the two on the stage right now, in Evans and Whitehead, would love to have 10 points. But
first leg is David
the
to
best that
first.
Evans can do is 6.
Game on.
The best that Whitehead can do is 4. So Killington is in a very comfortable position because nobody is going to be
54.
within 4 points of him unless David Evans wins this one.
41.
And then we will have someone get a little bit closer in our final match between Coates and Verbrewer. But a 4-point cushion overnight.
59.
That's about as cushy as it gets after a day's play here at the Modus Super Series. Well, Sam's back with us now.
100.
I think you've just been given a bit of a a dose into the glass is half empty there from Mr. Killington.
Yeah, for I suppose for someone who's won 5 out of 5, but he agrees with us. There is more to come from him.
60.
And it was revealing about how he's approaching this year. You can't blame him for taking that approach
60.
whatsoever. And it's getting that balance right, I suppose, over the next 12 months, getting that work-life balance.
One thing I will say is if you have that same chat with him
100
in about 7 months and he goes 5 out of 5 on a Monday, I think the interview would be very different. I think the retrospective approach of today will be
45.
That was a bit better than I thought. I think he's still judging himself by Pro Tour standards. He doesn't have to do that at the minute. Nobody has to when they come here, unless they're actually
58.
playing on the Pro Tour as a substitute. All you can do is beat who's put in front of you, and he's beaten everyone.
59.
That's a good point.
David, you require 170.
It's clear that he's been ground down by those Pro Tour standards as Evans. Fishing rods at the ready. And reel it in.
David Evans.
David Evans lands the big fish in emphatic fashion.
Second leg.
Wasn't bad, was it, Dave?
Game on.
What kind of fish was it, Dave? Well, they call him stretch. It might as well be the big eel.
68.
Or the big pike. That was a beauty, wasn't it? 3 beautiful darts. He's on it now.
180.
Dave Evans will not be wanting this opening session to end. He is saving his best till last.
140.
You can't beat a good crescendo. Imagine if you'd hit the 170 followed by a 9 darter.
99.
That would have been 12 perfect darts. I'm not even sure what the record is. 4 consecutive darts
44.
hit here at the Modus Super Series. We'll have to figure that out. I think it's either Michael Van Gerwen or Simon Whitlock who have the record in the PDC.
96.
Remember that time that Whitlock beat Alan Norris at the Grand Prix? Last 2 legs, he barely missed a dart.
Conan's turn. Potentially fill it up just
135. David, you require
going
126.
wide. Evans, 3 in hand at a big finish once again. A shimmy to the left. Oh, he's done it again. This is an absolute clinic of finishing from Stretch Evans. It is simply majestic.
Game on.
A shake of the head from Conan Whitehead. He's withstanding a barrage from Evans.
44.
A 170 followed by a 126. Incredible.
When he gets it right, he shows that he's Pro Tour worthy as well. Has been there for a couple of years in 2021 and 2022. Hasn't been back since. But the game is still in there.
41.
You do not win 2 weekly titles here if you're not a great player.
It's our 10th
57.
ton plus checkout of the day. And yet, half an hour ago, we were saying that the doubling really does need to sharpen up.
Yeah, but it's the stuff that's in between that
46.
we've been focusing on as opposed to the ton plus checkouts. You could have 20 ton plus checkouts throughout a daily campaign, but all of the other stuff might be a bit sketchy. But I see your
59.
point. I think we have a benchmark when it comes to 180 totals and ton plus checkout totals, and we say that's about par for the course. 10 ton plus checkouts for the day? I think that's a little bit above average.
59. 100.
How do you sort of assess Conan Whitehead's opening day?
Frustrating. He didn't play particularly poorly in his first game against Killington.
140.
But it was the doubles. 1 out of 9 in his first game did not set him up very well. He has hit back since.
140.
But he's been hitting back when other people have been warming up against him as well.
$131. Conan, you require 70.
David Evans is putting on one heck of a display. Whitehead needs this just to
54.
keep tabs with him.
David, you require 40.
Well, he's missing doubles now. Steady. Get those dancing shoes back.
Even had an assist from Whitehead.
No score.
Well, what he should have
Conan,
done was step
16.
back there. He was obviously off balance. When you are, you just reset.
Game shot on the
He's
third
paid the
leg.
penalty.
Conan Whitehead.
These two do
Fourth leg. Conan to
go a
throw
little
first.
bit further back.
Game on.
David Evans made his World Championship debut in 2020 at the Indigo at the O2.
100.
The infamous tournament that was won by Wayne Warren. As for Whitehead, he's played at Lakeside pre-2020, where he made the quarters.
180.
And Evans sets up another chance of a perfect leg. He's already had one in 2026.
92.
But he won't have one here. He has hit 2 maximums in this match to go
140.
with that 170 checkout.
A lot of people have been getting in touch with us throughout the Super Series
59.
hiatus when we've had some special weeks with Double Trouble, Senior Showdown and Women's Week 5. Asking what do they get if they hit a 9-darter? Well, the answer is they get the leg.
55.
Best time to hit a 9-darter? The last leg of your day. Just ask Adam Mould. Just ask Sebastian Białecki.
David,
They've
you
both
require
done it
126
on this stage.
Hang on. Hang on. Going the other way. But he's done it twice. 1, 2, 6.
David Evans.
With both routes. He couldn't hit tops or 10s or 5s
David to throw
in the previous leg.
Game on.
He's found 2 1, 2, 6s and a 170 to lead 3-1.
So what you're saying, Sam, is he can hit the equator because he can hit the bullseye in double 6. If that's the case, he should play darts in Kenya.
92.
That's where the board's from.
$60.
Incredible display Evans is putting on here.
Trying to do something that's never been done in this building. You think about all the things that have been done. Quickest games, most 180s by a person in a match.
100.
Most matches with 180s consecutively. At this venue, since we came here
58.
In 2022 on the 3rd of September, nobody has ever won a game with 4 ton plus checkouts. Graham Usher did it in the previous studio in one of the most storied performances
100.
ever seen anywhere. 9-darter, 4 ton plus checkouts, massive average.
135.
If Evans goes under 100 here, he might still win the game 4-1, but he'll spoil history. It had to be.
55.
It just had to be.
Conan, you require 135.
Well, that could be the best 55 he's ever hit. But will he get a chance for a third 126? He will.
80, 90.
Is there another way you can get
David,
it?
you require 126. Sorry, check. Conan was 83 scored. David, you require 126.
For history in Portsmouth. And for 2 points. Can he do it again? If Whitehead hits the 52, history could still come knocking.
45.
Conan knew all about it
Conan,
as
you
well.
require 52.
The pair share a joke on stage, but the smile turns quickly to a face
Game
of
shot in the
epic
fifth leg,
concentration.
Conan Whitehead.
And Whitehead wins the leg and gets a break.
Sixth leg is Conan to throw first. Game on.
These two part of a mould of players who are seen as veterans now compared to the young bucks that are coming through.
98.
Not necessarily older gentlemen at all, but are made to look that way by the likes of Littler and Coates and Branley and Manby.
40.
If Dave's not careful, Whitehead could pounce here. He will want to leave this day with a win.
98.
Whitehead will never stop fighting for each and every leg.
Where's he going to go from 305? Well, he can go wherever he wants now because Evans is nowhere near him.
44.
Surely he'll go to his favourite. Left 18s alone.
I think we're seeing two tired dart players at the end of Monday here. That's the dart he doesn't want. The one that is in the small 20, because that happens a lot. You hit the flight first, and the dart goes to the floor.
40.
And for the second time, he's picking one up off the floor. Advantage, Whitehead. Yes. If this does go to a last leg decider, of which probability suggests is going to happen, Evans will have the darts.
Wouldn't be surprised if it does. Last three games have all gone quite quickly. 2 4-0s and a 4-1.
100.
You will not find George Killington
133.
scoffing at the 4-0s because he got them both.
$57.
It's almost backwards, that shot from Whitehead. I applaud the 19s first on 133. There it is. 60 points with 3 small 20s. Is he faltering at the wrong time?
$36.
Tops can't be found. The pressure isn't there in this leg.
He's getting frustrated now.
43. Conan, you require 40.
Is he counting on leg 7? Leg 7 is
Game
where
shot
we're
in
going.
The sixth flag, Conan Whitehead.
At least he's got the throw this time. But if he scores the way he has in the last couple of legs, he's going to lose this game.
David to throw first.
David
Game
Evans
on.
will be wondering how he's managed to send this to a last leg decider after 2 126 checkout
95.
and a 170.
I don't understand why he's not switching on dart 3 there. There's no point in staying up top when you've still got the risk of that flight deflection again. Dart 3 should be at the 17s 100% of the time there. He can attack this one. And can still. That made sense. Previous time, not so much.
$43.
Another trebleless visit from Whitehead in a last leg decider. Hands the initiative to Evans in spades.
99.
Maybe that's one of the reasons why he stays up top a little bit more than usual, because he can get past that blocker if it's a little bit right of centre.
96.
If Stretch loses this game from this position, you'd give him a wide berth. He really should win from this position now. 16 points. Leaves 1-9-1. 25 does not leave a finish.
36.
Now, what does he have to score to leave 1-2-6 again? 55.
100.
Which is the score he hit the last time he was on 171.
Well, that's ruined that
131.
in the best possible way for Dave Evans.
That's like somebody handing you the history books and you just light the flame.
David, you require 40.
Tops then. For a rousing success. Good guide. How's that not gone in? How has that not gone in?
You require 120.
Unbelievable.
Sweet Jesus, how was that not registered? A 4-3 victory. Whitehead could pounce and nick it himself. That would have been darting
80.
Cruelty.
David, you require
and
40.
brutality at the same time, but Evans surely will get closer this time.
Game shot and
right
the match,
on the
David
button.
Evans.
And it is David Evans that wins 4-3 at the expense of Conan Whitehead after some majestic finishing and some puzzling visits as well. 126 checkouts eclipsed by the biggest of them all. He reeled in the big fish. Henry Coates rounds off today's card against Timothy Verbrewer.
Your final dose of live darts for the first day of the Modus Super Series number 13 is about to take place on the stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And with George Killington safely on 10 points for the day and David Evans now safely on 6, now we have to find out who will join him on more wins than losses today. Will it be Vugger of Belgium or Coates of England?
Game on.
Henry did play the first game of the day at about 9:35, 9:40 this morning. Lost to Evans.
41.
He may just bookend his day with defeats if he's not careful, because Timothy at times today has been rather good. And he has just found his double digits 180 day on day one. Very, very impressive.
85.
He has been impressive. It's just been the odd moment here and there for Timothy.
59.
Certainly a lot of positives to take from today's play. Whatever happens here as Coates fires back.
121.
I love it when a dart player does that. They look at the board as if to say, I don't know why that's gone there.
140.
Might have something to do with the fact that you were moving on dart 3, Henry.
100.
And again.
Timothy, you require
Look what happens.
122.
You move, you don't get the right result.
Gets the treble. For
Game
the
shot on the first
bullseye.
leg, Timothy
My
Vugger.
word, this Belgian can play. We've seen some masterful
Second
finishing.
leg is Timothy to throw first.
And it's
Game
continuing. Our 12th ton plus checkout of the day.
No bullseye finishes in the first 13 games of the day.
85.
And then you get 3 bullseye finishes in the space of 2 games. Make sense of that. Abstract
44.
chaos. The only way we like it here at the Modus Super Series.
60.
Well, that is a tired dart if ever I've seen one. That one was more shoulder than arm.
85.
Henry's had a long weekend on the Challenge Tour. As we
81.
referenced earlier on, 5 events in 3 days, travelling straight to here, arriving late last night.
99.
I think we'll see the best of Henry later on in the week.
Because what they do in between daily sessions is critical. The correct rest,
105.
the correct hydration. And I know this sounds really
57.
mundane,
Timothy,
but
you
the
require
right sleep,
170.
it's so important.
$94.
Precision stuff from Vugger.
He still hasn't flicked that emotion all day long.
60. Timothy, you require 70.
He's a man of one emotion. Focus. That's it.
Game shot of the
Clinical.
second leg. Timothy Vugger.
Absolutely clinical. He is impressed.
Third leg, Henry to throw first.
This man can
Game
finish. And he can max. If he can knit stuff together,
45.
what level could we possibly get from him? When he played stage 1 of the ADC Global, he played some good stuff.
60.
He's brought that kind of form back to the Live Lounge after about 6 weeks of a break. I know he played stage 2, but he didn't play as well.
140.
But methinks that Vugger is starting to feel comfortable on this stage no matter what day it is.
100. $96.
When you consider the fact that he's got 10 maximums for the day, it really does put into
100.
perspective how impressive it was when Mark Dudbridge hit 7 in a match.
Sure, we'll be seeing Flash at some point this year.
With a nickname like Flash, I'm sure we're going to see him.
140.
We're going to have to wait for 180 number 11.
170.
It's just not quite clicking for Coates in this match, at least.
Timothy, you require 101.
What a dart that is.
80.
You're almost surprised that he missed it.
Henry, you require 70.
Fair to say that Henry can't miss this. That would have been the most obscure of 70 checkouts.
12. Game
Brewer
shot in the third
isn't
leg.
hanging
Timothy
around. It's been a day of obscure journeys to doubles at
Fourth leg is
various
Timothy to
stages
throw
today.
first. Game on.
But Timothy is looking to round today off with a real bang.
We have seen some really
100.
obscure routes for certain finishes, both by design and accidentally.
180.
But we've seen plenty of those. Maybe not from Henry.
47.
As soon as that third one went in, the right hand was raised as if to say, why couldn't I do that earlier?
81.
Fourth of the day. It's not the worst we've ever seen, but in his own mind, that is terrible. High standards of young
58.
dart players these days. Has he figured it out?
180.
This match isn't done with yet.
100. Henry requires 60.
Coates then looking for a potential 11 dart leg. 12 would do.
Game shot
12
in the
it
fourth
is.
leg. Henry Coates.
Coates looking for
Fifth
the
leg, Henry to
ultimate
throw
comeback
first.
here.
Game on.
To break back as well.
I don't know whether you've noticed this, Sam, but when
43.
Coates throws the darts, he whips them through the air. Everybody's a little bit different in the wrist department. The Brewer holding the dart very much towards the back of the barrel, even on the stem. It comes out of the hand quite lightly. But Henry's like Indiana Jones, whips it out of the hand.
46.
It is a violent delivery.
Of course, Timothy as well, pushing out that pinky.
We don't mind a bit of pinky pushing.
60.
A la Eric Bristow.
Absolutely. A real forceful maximum. That was all power.
3 courts in this one. 3 courts of 180s.
90.
This game is developing. There was a bit of shoulder on that last dart. It worked out pretty well. You've got to be really careful with that reverse follow through because that is something that could cause problems later in life. Make sure that when you deliver,
140.
it goes in a straight line, not to the right if you're right-handed. But it might be the Brewer who finishes things off.
Timothy, you require 130.
On the ball.
Yeah, despite this power from Coach, Timothy has really hung on in there and gets a chance to round the day off with serious aplomb.
125.
Snatched at it.
Henry, you require 62.
Time to survive. If your name is Henry. Survive, he
Shot in the
does.
fifth leg, Henry Coates.
Kid's got skills. Kid's got guts.
Sixth leg is Timothy to throw first.
That's why he is the Rising Stars champion. Cast your minds back to that final where he was trailing to the maximum effect against Ryan Brandley.
41.
What a comeback it was.
Who's to say that that isn't a rivalry in the next 10 years? Away from this
11.
place. Branley versus Coates. I would not be shocked, because that kind of thing is starting to happen a little bit more as well. Vandenberg, Humphreys,
60.
Littler, Van Veen. What do they all have in common? Development Tour furniture.
95. $60.
An opening for Coates.
$100.
Wanted more.
$59.
If that had been a little bit bigger, Coates could have been on the rack.
$59.
He may still be. You cannot afford trebleless visits when you're on the comeback trail.
100. $56.
Can't leave a finish.
Doubling's been really good from both here. 50% for Coates.
105.
Even better for Timothy at 60%. He's been very close to visit perfect. The only dart he's really missed visit-wise in this match
Timothy,
was for
76.
the match.
The way he has played today, you
Game
knew,
shot and the match,
you just
Timothy
knew
Vugger.
that was going to go. A fantastic round from Timothy Vugger. He defeats Henry Coates in the final match of an enthralling opening day's play of Series 13. We'll round off today's action after the break. Day 1 of Series 13 done and dusted, and what an enthralling day it has been. We've had a bit of everything really, not least some tops action and a big fish as well, but it's George Killington that takes the headlines by running through the card on his debut day here at the Modus Super Series. Everyone else sort of had their moments, but it's Killington that has a 4-point cushion going into the next 2 days. Welcome back to the studio then. Paul Nicholson still alongside me. I think we're both feeling as though we've really enjoyed today, and yet you feel like there's more to come from all of them.
I think what George was saying to you after his final game is starting to catch on, because I do concur with that. I think that with some good rest overnight, some of these rusty players and maybe some tired players in the case of Henry Coates and David Evans, maybe they will feel like they can put more into it tomorrow, because we did start to see some people flag towards the end, but we saw some people thrive as well.
Killington running through the card, what do you think was his main strength?
He was able to take advantage of the mistakes made by other people, especially in his first 3 games. So when someone is missing a double and he's on a shot, he was taking it out. He learned from his second game of the day as well, where he threw a lot of darts at double, was able to just get the victory, and he said to himself, I'm sure I don't want to go through that again. So when it comes to round 4 and 5, winning by 4 legs to nil, he had more in the tank than some others.
You could make a real case that Timothy Verbrewer is arguably been the pick of the players today. Weirdly, but he's shown tremendous quality.
I completely agree with you, Sam, because when you look at some of the things he's done, the really good finishes, the maximum hitting at times was insatiable. In one of his games, he had 5 and he lost the match. The ingredients for Timothy are there. It's a question of whether he can knit these ingredients together and get the right recipe over the next few days. He's a dangerous player.
David Evans, 2 times a weekly winner here already. The obvious highlight reel moment is that 170, which was sandwiched in between a pair of 1-2-6s. Oh, this was majestic.
It was majestic. Look at the pure nature of those 2 trebles as well, and a beautiful bullseye at the end. It's a great moment in a rather bonkers game, because if you were to try and put a name next to a game like that, you'd probably think of David Evans. 3-0 up, cruising, looking for history and being the first person to get 4-ton plus checkouts in a win here at the Modus Super Series in Portsmouth. And then it turns out he went to leg 7. That is just one of those crazy, crazy things. It's like the Chicago Bears last night. It was just absolutely mad.
Henry Coates currently sat there in 4th with 4. Rising Stars champion, tremendous pedigree on this stage. We're going to see better from him throughout this week. Of that, there is no doubt.
One of the things that he can use this week for is trying to get another victory on the stage on Saturday night, but the ability to learn from what he's doing against different opponents throughout the week. Whether he plays 4 days, 5 days, or 6, he's got to learn. He's young, he's talented, but when things don't go well, don't necessarily say to yourself, I don't feel good because I'm not winning. Say, what am I learning from the experiences I'm getting? And that will make him a better player. He's played some decent stuff today, but a little bit patchy.
That leaves Messrs Whitehead and Clerk. What did they have to do over the course of the next 2 days to remain competitive in Group A?
Win an awful lot. I know it seems very simplistic, but I think Whitehead to me looks a bit rusty. He might not have had a great deal of action over Christmas, New Year and the start of January. So I think what we do is we look at what Whitehead does towards the end of the week. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Whitehead in Group C. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing for him. I expect at this stage, based on what we've seen from Clerk, I expect to see him in Group C, because I don't really know what's going on with him. Whether he can break this 80 average level a bit more. He didn't have to when he was in Group A in the previous series. This week, he will have to find another level.
I suppose with someone like Conan as well, there's been a few 4-3s that haven't really gone his way. Would that give you heart going into the next few days, or frustration?
Depends on the player. Knowing Conan as we do, I think he'll feel rather unfortunate that he was on the end of the 4-3s and being defeated, but he likes to punch back. He really does like the sensation of being ousted from the top of the odds, and people like us saying he's not going to win this week. So if I were to face the camera right now and try to fire him up, I'd say, you're not going to win this week, Conan. Fully in the knowledge that if he heard that, he'd say, I'll show you.
Teases up really nicely, though, today's play for the rest of the week. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I love this time of the year because it's faces that we are familiar with. We want to see what they're capable of at the start of the season. But then when you get a new face like George Killington, it's a case of, from the Pro Tour, trying to rebuild confidence. That is exactly what this place is for.
Nico, thank you. That was fun. Let's do it all over again tomorrow. Coming up next on the Pluto TV Modus Super Series channel, we have a Modus Moments Champions Edition, followed by a break of throw of the legend Raymond van Barneveld. What an episode that is. Do stay tuned for that one. Tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m, it's moving day in Group A on the opening week of Series 13. And dartshop.tv for your tickets if you want to be here with us on Saturday night for the opening finals night here Saturday at the Modus Live Lounge. If you can't be with us, 7:30 Saturday night on Pluto TV. Well, what a day that was. The big fish was reeled in by David Evans, but it's George Killington on his debut that has stolen the show. 5 wins out of 5, completely destroying the theory that debutants struggle here at the Modus Super Series. Can he do it all over again tomorrow? Join us from 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you for your company. Goodbye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magny.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart. Requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
requires 86
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
5s. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s, finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game! Go!